First off, welcome and thank you for joining us here for Amac's Bootcamp for Patriots, along with Real America's Voice. They've been partnering with us on these, and we love them. They're such a great organization, and they're dedicated to everything that we are as well, faith, family, and freedom, and saving this nation. So thank you all. Round of applause for everyone. Thank you. So just a quick housekeeping items. The bathrooms, if you haven't already used them, the women's room is out this door to the right. Men's room is out to the left. In the back corner, we have some water in a bin for you, nice cold water. And that's pretty much it. That's the only housekeeping. Try to limit flash photography, please, if you could. That would be appreciated. Let's get started. So we're going to start off with, I'd like to start off with the invocation. And if you could all bow your heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, thankful for the freedom and blessings you have bestowed upon this nation. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here in fellowship, united by our shared values and love for country. Lord, we ask you for your presence to be among us today. Guide our thoughts and words that they may honor you and reflect your truth. Grant wisdom and courage to our leaders and speakers that they may stand firm in their convictions and lead with integrity and compassion. We pray for our country that you would watch over it, protect it, and help us remain steadfast in upholding the principles of liberty, justice, and faith that have long guided us. Strengthen us to be voices for truth, defenders of freedom, and servants to our communities. Bless this gathering, and may it inspire each of us to continue working for the common good with humility and grace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you. If we would all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. And now it's my great privilege to introduce Adeline Begg, a young lady that volunteered to come sing the Star-Spangled Banner for us this afternoon. Kimberly?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Did she do a beautiful job of that or what? Another round of applause. Amazing. It's my true honor to introduce our first speaker, Rebecca Weber. Rebecca Weber is the Chief Executive Officer at Amac, the Association of Mature American Citizens, and leads multiple enterprises under the Weber Group of companies headquartered on Long Island in New York. She oversees Amac Action, the advocacy arm that mobilizes a powerful grassroots army of patriots to protect America's founding values. She's a dynamic business leader and a proud American. Rebecca guides organizations that touch the lives of millions across the nation. Beyond her professional role, she's a devoted mother and a grandmother of 3, whose life and leadership are grounded in faith, family, and freedom. Please join me in a warm welcome as Amac's fearless leader takes the stage, Rebecca Weber.
So much. It is so awesome to be here with you today. It is just a delight to look out and see so many great American patriots. But before we begin, I do want to pause to acknowledge something that I think weighs heavily on all of our hearts. Charlie Kirk was going to join us virtually today. He was going to Zoom in and give us a message. His absence is felt. But together, we can honor him as a family of patriots. Later in the program, we're going to take a few moments to really honor his life and his legacy. But for now, if we could just have a brief moment of silence in his memory. Thank you all so much. I do know that today we're going to carry the courage and conviction that Charlie had throughout this entire gathering. I tend to walk around a little bit. I got to stay in one spot for the mic, so. Okay. I want to say thank you all. I want to thank the great men and women that are here protecting us, the law enforcement professionals here. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And I want to thank the Patrick Henry College as well for having the courage to allow us to host this event. We're very appreciative. So folks, we are here today because we believe that the American dream is at risk for our children and our grandchildren. So we need Americans of all generations and of all backgrounds to come together to reclaim our freedoms. Now, I think it's so fitting that we're here in Virginia, the mother of presidents, to celebrate and advance such an important cause as American patriotism. And I really can feel the energy and the spirit of some of those presidents in this room today. It's the same patriotism that strengthened George Washington's resolve in his bold Christmas Day crossing of the Delaware. And I see that reflected in so many AMAC members and men and women like you. And the same firm belief in the promise of America that motivated Thomas Jefferson as he penned the revolutionary words of our Declaration of Independence. That same spirit, it lives in us. And of course, while not a president, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Patrick Henry himself. He had such a fiery passion for this country. He risked everything to build, and he inspired perhaps the most famous words and memorable words in American history: "Give me liberty or give me death." That's the type of passion that I believe that we need more of in this country. And this is exactly what we do at AMAC to unleash and inspire each and every single day. I'm so grateful for so many of you that are already AMAC members and joining us in our mission. And for those of you who aren't AMAC members, my message is this: what are you waiting for? Join. Just over 15 years ago, my father, Dan Weber, he founded AMAC because he could not believe that AARP had become a tool of the Democrat Party and the political left that were doing things to destroy this country. And he had great wisdom and foresight, and he saw that these left-wing movements were really going at the heart of everything that America stands for. AARP was an organization that was supposed to be defending seniors, but instead they were being used to prop up bad, terrible policies like Obamacare, gun control, and abortion. Now, since then, we've grown from just a few thousand members to over 2 million members strong in all 50 states. And today, AMAC is locking arms with boomers and Gen Zers to send a message to the radical left that they cannot ignore. We will never bow to their godless ideology. The silent majority is silent no more. That's right. We are rising, and our voices will shake the nation. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our voices heard. All of us in this room, young, old, and somewhere in between, we still believe that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest experiment in self-government in history. And we believe that the right to free speech and free exercise of religion applies to all Americans, including conservatives and Christians and Jewish students on college campuses. There's no place for violent temper tantrums by those who sympathize with Hamas terrorists. Many of these students, they're not even American citizens. They don't belong on our college campuses, and the only thing that they should get from America is a one-way ticket back to their country of origin. We also believe that a nation without the Second Amendment is less free and more dangerous. We honor our brave men and women of law enforcement who risk their lives every day to keep our communities safe, and the thousands of criminals who are creating all kinds of crimes, including vandalism and theft. They've got to be prosecuted. It's time that we stop cowering to criminals and we reassert law and order in this great country. That's right. At Amac, we will never forget the most fundamental right of all, and that is the right to life. Because at Amac, we believe that every human being is made in the image and likeness of God. And we believe that our most sacred responsibility is giving a voice to the voiceless, and that includes innocent babies in the womb. I'm a mother. Amen. As a mother and a grandmother, and I'm sure many of you would agree with me here, that we're not going to give up on our kids, and we are always going to proudly defend this radical idea that there are only two genders. Boys don't belong in girls' sports, and they don't belong in our girls' locker rooms. We've got to call it what it is, folks. This gender-affirming care is, in fact, child abuse. That's what it is, and we're going to call them out on that and continue calling them out on that. You see, the radical left, what they want to do, these radical Democrats, they want to fund terrorists. Essentially, that's what they want to do. They want to persecute our police. They want to release violent criminals on our street. They want to kill unborn babies. They want to teach our children to hate America, and then they want to teach them that they were born in the wrong body. It is, what we're up against is something that I would never think today that we would be talking about these kinds of things, but they're real, they're severe, and it's a threat. And you know, if you go to the Bible, Jesus reminds us, woe to those that would call any of these little ones to sin. They'd be better off with a millstone hung around their neck and thrown into the sea. You see, the liberal elites have worked so hard at tearing down everything that our founding fathers have built, and our forefathers and our presidents, that they really don't need to attack America. They can just sit back and wait, because the left is destroying America from within. And we're not going to let them. We are going to make sure that your voice is heard. We're going to empower those people that are coming into our mature organization, and we're going to reach across the aisle and talk to young people and continue that in the spirit of Charlie Kirk. Because these radical Democrats, they care more about illegal aliens than they do American citizens, and they're bowing to this climate cult. They use our children as pawns in their political experiments. And then they ignore the real things that matter, like the deadly drugs that are coming into our border, right? They ignore the fact that tens of thousands of American citizens are dying because we're not keeping our streets safe. Now, if that isn't bad enough, the radical left is on a warpath, whether they know it or not, to kill the American dream. 70% of young people who want to buy a home can't afford to do so. Young people are delaying getting married, they're delaying having children, and study after study shows that the rising generation is afflicted with more hopelessness and despair than any other generation before it. Hard to believe, but that's where our young people are today. But it isn't just the young people. Older people, those collecting Social Security, are struggling financially. The promise that if you get a job, that if you work hard, that if you contribute to your community so that one day you can retire in comfort, that is increasingly empty for those nearing the end of their working careers. And I hear from people, I hear their personal stories, how difficult it is. Now, all of this is done by design, okay? It's done by design, and I call it the enemy. We're in a spiritual war. But this radical left, they want to make we the people powerless. They want to make us dependent on government from cradle to grave. They want to inoculate us into their religions of nihilism, Marxism, atheism. I say they're allergic to God, and especially to the name of Jesus Christ. But here's some good news, folks. We know that the lies of the left cannot withstand the light of truth. So when we speak truth, and we do that with courage, there is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country and handing down our freedoms to our children and our grandchildren. So despite what the left wants us to believe, they can't change the fact that it's not government that gives us our rights, but our rights, our real rights, they come from God. They're bestowed upon us by God. Now, I'm reminded of the great words that were once spoken by Ronald Reagan when he said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It's got to be fought for and defended by each and every generation. You know, it was our parents, our grandparents, my grandfather, for some of you younger people, your great-grandparents who built such an incredible superpower of the 20th century. And across the country, millions of young men of the greatest generation, they said goodbye to their loved ones. They stared down fascism to win back our civilization. And then what happened? In the decades that followed, America defeated communism, we won the Cold War, and we planted the American flag on the moon. Today, we do face many new challenges and different enemies, but one thing remains the same. It is up to us to inspire the young people of this great nation. It is up to us to teach our children and our grandchildren, no matter how unpopular it is, because they, and we're going to help them with this, we will continue to build the 21st century into one of the greatest lands of innovation, opportunity, and liberty that the world has ever known. And I believe I have such great hope in America, and I have such great hope in all of you. It's going to be tough, but we can't give up. It's going to take fearless men and women like you all here today to be the risk takers, to be the revolutionaries, to inspire your family, to inspire your children. It starts at the kitchen table, and all of you can do that because our glory days, they don't have to be a thing of the past. We can become and be a part of the next greatest generation because right now, much like during World War II, the stakes are high and the threats, they're severe. It's going to take all of us working together to defeat the lies of the left, to restore the American dream. Here's what we've got to do. We've got to shrink the size of government because it's become bloated with waste, fraud, and abuse. We've got to ensure that only American citizens can vote in our elections. We've got to defend our God-given freedoms, starting with freedom of speech and freedom of religion. We must demand fiscal responsibility from Washington. We've got to ensure that our borders remain secure. We've got to stop the illegal flow of drugs into our nation, end the evilness of human trafficking. We have to protect our children and grandchildren from the gender lies of the left and build a culture that honors every human life as a beloved child of God. That is what AMAC stands for. That is what AMAC fights for, and AMAC will never, ever give up. Thank you so much. God bless you, and God bless America.
Okay, what a great job. Another round of applause for Rebecca Weber, right? And let me tell you, I know this woman very well, and she works tirelessly for this nation and for our kids coming up into this nation. So we're very blessed to have her. One last thing I want to say before I bring up our next guest, which I'm excited about, is we have David Weber over here in the corner. David Weber is our Chief Operating Officer, and he's also part of the Weber family that created Amac. So could you please give him a round of applause, too? Thank you. Appreciate it. So we're going to be having panels soon after John speaks. Off to the left here, you'll see a microphone stand. If you have a question to ask, I just ask that you go over there and wait in queue for your questions at the end of the panels. Thank you. All right. Here we go. You guys ready to gear it up a notch? All right. So it's my honor to introduce John Solomon, an award-winning investigative powerhouse who has worked, literally has shaped public discourse. John isn't just a journalist. He's a force. He's been a Pulitzer Prize finalist on multiple occasions and has earned top honors like Robert F. Kennedy Journalism Award for his fearless reporting. From uncovering hidden networks of influence to driving stories that challenge power, John combines relentless curiosity with bold storytelling. Get ready, because when he speaks, you don't just hear information, you feel the urgency, the stakes, and the uncompromising push towards the truth. Please help me give a warm welcome for the great John Solomon.
All right. Look at that. I even get a little rock music. All right. That's good. I'm a country guy, actually. I have to admit that. But I wanted to answer the question today that I was asked in my freshman history class 40 years ago, a little bit more than that maybe now. Why are we here? What's the moment that we're here to address? And in that freshman history class back in Fairfield, Connecticut, a long time ago, I had a Jesuit priest. His family were refugees from France during World War II. They saw the evil of Nazism, and he came here for a brighter future. He found it, and he was determined as a Jesuit priest to make sure that the generations of young people that he trained would be equipped to answer the question, why am I here? And he would begin every history class. Why are you in history class? Because you must learn history so that you can confront what will come ahead of you in the years ahead. And he would always say at the beginning of every semester, somewhere every generation will be forced to confront evil. Confront evil. And how you respond will determine the destiny of that generation's history. It's a profound thing, and he would walk us through everything from Genghis Khan all the way up through World War II and the Cold War. And in the aftermath of that, of course, we would remember 9/11, although I was well out of school by that time. But our generation is confronting an evil unlike anything we have seen in the modern era of America. Most of the evil that we've confronted in the last generation was external. In World War II, it was the Nazis and the fascists. In the Cold War, it was the Russians and the Soviets. On 9/11, it hit our soil, but it was still an external force called Al-Qaeda and terrorism. But today, evil is among us. It is embedded among us. It was built into our society with the forces of government, with the blessings of government, with the open border that Joe Biden gave us, with the tax exemptions we gave to nonprofits that spent 10 and 20 years training your children to hate America, to believe that freedom is not from our maker, as Senator Tim Kaine from this Commonwealth just said, but instead granted only at the auspices of government. I think Patrick Henry would object to that notion. I know he would. We brainwashed a generation of children to believe that our society is wrong, that the American experience was evil, that we belong as globalists, not as Americans, that we must silence those who believe freedom is a leading edge of the American experience. And over the last 10 years, I have chronicled as a reporter what this philosophy has evolved from. It began with ridicule. It began with protests. You remember the Wall Street protests. It then moved on to the notion of censorship, something that I spent a lot of time writing about. Sometimes I experienced it myself on YouTube and Twitter before Elon Musk bought it. It evolved from censorship to debanking and deplatforming. We're not only going to impede your ability to speak, but we're going to impede your ability to make a living. It then moved to prosecution, using the tools of the government and turning them against the will of the people. And we saw that with President Trump and the 4 prosecutions he faced. And finally, when that wasn't enough, when it wasn't effective enough, we've now seen this radical left movement move to the notion that the only option is execution. And my good friend Charlie Kirk just paid the ultimate price as a result of that philosophy. But we've evolved in just 10 years from ridicule and protest to literally assassinations. And the ICE agents who will go out today, the men and women protecting us here today, they know the risk because there are ambushes every day against a law enforcement officer in our land. And it is our own people that are committing these acts. They've been influenced by China and Iran and Venezuela. They have been indoctrinated by the school systems that you entrusted your children with. When your children go on social media, they've been infected with ideas that came from TikTok and the algorithm that China imposed on us. Thankfully, President Trump is going to rip that algorithm out of the hands of the Communist Chinese Party and put it in American hands in the next few weeks. But the moment we're in is that the enemy is among us, and the ability to fight it means every day we must be equipped as joyful warriors, by the way. I don't want to be negative today, but we need to be equipped to confront evil every day. I was reminded of this. I had the great Bill O'Reilly on my show the other day, and he has a new book out called Confronting Evil. And it's important for us to realize that that is our generation's calling, that we must, on our shores, between the Pacific and the Atlantic, be ready to confront evil, to turn it away, to send it away, to prosecute it away, to defund it away until we restore the liberty that Patrick Henry so passionately embraced as a founding father. Now, we have all the tools to do this. We have all the will of the American spirit. It is one of the greatest spirits ever created in mankind. It has a manifest destiny. There is nothing that the American spirit hasn't confronted, that it hasn't found an innovative way to achieve. But we must find, as our generation, the opportunity to confront evil, eradicate that evil, and restore the notion that Americans and liberty and that our foundations come from a maker who endowed us with inalienable rights of freedom. We must restore that as the mantra, the working capital of America. We are at an extraordinary moment. In a few weeks, we may elect a socialist in New York, the capital of capitalism, who may try to destroy capitalism. We see people every day go out and continue to argue that freedom is a bad thing. We have a member of the United States Senate that said the unthinkable, I think, that we're really not given freedom from our Creator. We're giving it from government. I can't believe I live in the Commonwealth that elected that gentleman. But this war began as a war on truth. I've said this a few times. I said it at Charlie Kirk's event a couple weeks ago before he passed. I was with him in Colorado. And just like that banner says, we're here today to save a nation. And he stopped me for a second and said, I think we're here, John, to save Western civilization. And I thought that was such a profound escalation of the call to action. He was brilliant. There was never a moment I was in his presence where I didn't see that brilliance. He was just a remarkable man. And a bullet may have taken him from us, but it only empowered the values that he instilled in a generation to go faster, quicker, more expediently to the rest of the generation he was trying to reach. And today, the answer to the question why we're here, we're going to learn a little bit how we can all work together to confront evil. We're going to learn today how we can work together to save a nation. We're going to learn today how we can go out and save Western civilization. And the battle that we begin with in each of these panels that we're going to be on, and I'm excited to moderate the first panel on immigration and the border, because it was one of the tactics of the government of the Biden administration to weaken the American experience by letting in people with ill intentions into this country by the millions. The war began as a war on truth. We were told not to believe our eyes. We were told not to believe our Constitution. We were told to believe the border was secure when it was obviously not. We were told that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation and Donald Trump was a Russian stooge of Vladimir Putin. Neither was true. The war began against truth. We were told that a man could become a woman, even though science tells us that's not possible. The war against truth was created so that if you could erase those early truths, that a border was insecure or secure when it wasn't, or that a man could become a woman. The ultimate goal was to eradicate that truth that we were endowed with from our Maker with these inalienable rights, and then they would take those rights away, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. That was the goal. I've seen the playbook. I've reported on some of the Soros documents and the other nonprofit liberal documents, but that has been the goal. But we are beginning to turn the war on truth by all the great things that Amac has done and funded, and these events that we do. Truth is being restored, fact by fact, argument by argument, policy by policy. That is the first battle we must achieve. We must restore truth in the American dialogue. Then we must restore the institutions that have been turned against us. People ask me, John, when you boil down Russia collusion, because it's so complicated, what is it? And at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is the very weapons that we created to defend America against our enemies, our terrorists, our counterintelligence threats from China and Russia, they were turned against the American people. Russia was a psyops operation. It was designed to convince the American people with the tools of the intelligence community, the man they had just elected, the man they had given the will of the people to, was a Russian stooge when he was nothing of the sort. We turned those tools against the American people, and then we continued to do that. The FBI and the Homeland Security Department went to Twitter and Facebook to silence you. Then the prosecutors went to prosecute Donald Trump because he posed a political threat. And the political threat he posed is that he believed that the power of the people was the greatest power that the American government had ever created. And populism, or just the notion that American people are in charge of their government because God gave them that freedom, and that freedom gave them the ability to choose their government, that was the threat to those institutions. They believed that the government, the intelligence community, the law enforcement community were the greater power and for a greater good, to achieve some globalist society. But we are beginning to turn that tide. We've already turned the tide in the battle for truth. We're now beginning to turn the tide in the battle against the institutions that have been corrupted. Kash Patel is turning the FBI inside out. The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is shrinking the extraordinary establishment intelligence community, putting it back on the job of going after foreign enemies, not Catholics in church, not parents at school board meetings. It's an extraordinary effort that has to have a longevity to succeed. And the history of politics, the history of elections say that we are a short experience country. We have short attention spans. This war, this battle that we're in, this confrontation with evil must have a long outcome. We must sustain the progress that Rebecca so eloquently laid out. The plan, we must win the next few elections. We must win the school board debates. We must win the reform of the FBI, the reform of the Justice Department. We must shrink the government down to a size that it no longer poses a threat to your and my freedoms. So we're here today to figure out how we're going to carry that out. We're going to get great advice from very smart people. We're going to get great ideas. And at the end of the day, you're going to learn how AMAC Action, one of the most extraordinary grassroots armies I've ever seen in my 40 years as a journalist, is empowering you to go back to your community, to win the argument at the water cooler or at the school board meeting or at the town hall meeting, or maybe run for office, help someone else win who cares about those freedoms. But that's what today's about. That's why we're here. We're here to walk away a better warrior for freedom, a better warrior for the American experience, a better warrior for Western civilization. And if you want to know what we could look like, just look at what's going on in England and Ireland today, where people get arrested for thought crimes. They don't even say a word. It's just assumed that they're thinking something that somehow violates the law. That is not Western civilization. That is not Judeo-Christian values. That is not the America we are going to allow our children to live in. And so today, we all take in all the advice we get. We take in the camaraderie of great patriots. I feel so honored to be in a room with so many people willing to give up a Saturday to learn how they can make their country better. And I hope we all walk out this afternoon with an extraordinary commitment to confront that evil, to make sure that Charlie didn't die in vain, to make sure that Donald Trump's second term isn't just a 4-year experience. That is our opportunity. And I want to be able to say to my grandchildren when I hand off the baton, we gave you a better America, just like my grandparents gave to me. Will we answer the call of the World War II generation or the 9/11 generation? I think we will. I think we're right on the cusp of turning this country. But each of us in this room is a part of that solution. It is not something that we can sit on our heels on. Silence is complicity. Complacency is capitulation. We must not rest until we get that American experience restored on stable ground again. We're getting closer, but we have a lot of work ahead of us, and there's a lot of feet out there to trip us up. So let's not let them succeed. Let's have a great day today. I know we start with a great panel in a few seconds, I believe, on immigration. It was one of the key erosions of American security, and we're going to have a great conversation. We'll get that set up and be back in just a few seconds, I think, right, David? Yeah, great. All right. Thank you, everybody. Great to be here.
Good afternoon. My name's Phil Klein. I have the honor of welcoming all of you and our panel to the immigration panel. Please give them a round of applause. I'm going to introduce them here. We've got some wonderful guests that are before us. I have, over to my right, David Brody. David Brody, for 34 years, has been one of our leading broadcasters and news journalists at the Christian Broadcast Network. He has written books. He's an author as it relates to how Americans of faith should approach critical issues facing our nation today. Please welcome David to the show. Nicole Kipraloff, did I say that correctly, Nicole? And you have founded an organization that tells the behind-the-scenes stories that we often don't hear about, how our immigration policies impact others. The name of that organization?
The American Border Story.
The American Border Story.
The American Border Story.
And where can they go to find your information?
You can go to theamericanborderstory.com. You can send us an email at info@theamericanborderstory.org. You can find us all over social media. Our X is at Tabs Report. Everything else is at The American Border Story. And we reply to every single inquiry, every single message.
Super. And you've been involved in the policy arena for some time with the New York City Council, as well as you were press secretary for the Republican House Caucus, correct?
For at least
okay.
month, yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Ben Berkwam. Ben is another gentleman, yes. Well, you know him. All right. He hits the ground. He's behind the scenes. He's infiltrated. He's come to understand what's happening at our border by seeing it and by relating the story. And Ben, what's the name of you founded on
FrontlineAmerica.com, and then I host Law and Border on Real America's Voice News.
Okay, so make sure that you watch that, and we appreciate Ben being here. Frank Gaffney. Frank Gaffney was with the Reagan administration, focused on security, and assistant secretary focused on our international security. He is going to tell you some things that, quite honestly, I learned recently from Frank that shocked me. And it's stunning that we haven't acted upon the information that you've uncovered that you're willing to share today. And so, Frank Gaffney, thank you for joining us. I want to first go to David, because as people of faith, it's often difficult to discern how we should approach this immigration or border crisis. We're called to be compassionate, which literally means to co-suffer. And I think of that poem, and I think it's on most of our lips that we have on the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, those yearning to breathe free, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, send these, your homeless, the tempest-tossed, to me. I hold.
Yeah, sure. Well,
Yeah, I forgot it. I hold my lamp upon the golden door. So there you are. How do we address this?
there's a couple of things to address. First of all, what the media won't tell you, they'll love to quote, give your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. They'll love to say that line. What they won't tell you is that plaque went up in 1903. In 1903, when people were coming across Ellis Island, essentially immigration was legal in this country. 98% or so of the 10 to 12 million folks that came through Ellis Island all the way through 1954 were led into this country. It was only in the 1920s when immigration became more of a, quote, issue, if you will, and more restrictive immigration policies were put in the United States. And, of course, they don't have that context whatsoever. So, in other words, if the plaque were coming in the 1920s and beyond, it would say, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, ... as long as you follow the rules of America. But, of course, they leave that part out. And so I think, as it relates to compassion, I think what's important here is that, look, the Bible calls for two things. Law and order, number one. And crossing the border is a sin. It's just that simple. It's a sin. The Bible's clear about that in Romans 13. The other portion of this is the compassionate aspect that the Bible talks about. But I think we, in this room today, what we need to be challenged with is to, and hear me out for a second, have compassion. What I mean by that is we need to, in our compassionate argument, because remember, the media is going to call us a bunch of crazies and a bunch of hardliners and a bunch of uncompassionate people. But we're actually very compassionate. And we're compassionate for the people that are, the girls that are being raped coming across the border with the Mexican and drug cartels. We're compassionate for those that are being victims of crimes here in this country because of illegal immigrants. We need to talk about that we do have compassion in that sense. We have compassion for the illegal immigrant family coming over here and wanting to have handouts given to them. Well, hold on. We're compassionate because we don't want them to have handouts. We want them to have a better life, and that's not the way you do it. So there's a lot of ways you can be compassionate. I'll be honest with you. If you know of an illegal immigrant in your community, maybe it's a DACA child. We know a DACA child that's around our family all the time. We love her to death. That's an opportunity to share the word of God with that person, him or her, because that person shouldn't be in this country illegally, right? I mean, they should not be here in this country, but they are. And the question I think all of us need to ask ourselves in this room is, okay, so they're here. God has them in front of you. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to share your Christian witness with that person to get them to get closer to the Lord? Once again, what they did was wrong. Consequences need to be paid. They'll have to do what comes with the consequences. But I think that's an important aspect because, quite frankly, we can't win the argument if we're going to be labeled as hardline or crazy kooks. We just can't win that argument. And if we're trying to win the argument, we need to say we are actually the compassionate ones, not the other side.
Now, Nicole, you have interacted oftentimes in the media when we hear about immigration. We're thinking about the impact on the immigrant, the illegal immigrant, how they're treated, whether they get due process, are they deported, those circumstances. But you've interacted with others whom this crisis impacts dramatically. Tell us some stories about some of these other people that are impacted by these policies.
Where do I even begin? I mean, there are countless and countless stories of the different types of victims of illegal immigration. In fact, I have this here. This is a binder, a folder of victims and stories and their families, and it would take hours to get through just this, and this is one part of it. But I want to tie this back to what David was saying, because Emma Lazarus's poem was a story. She gave us a narrative about the lamp shining upon the golden door, about the tired and the poor yearning for freedom. And that's one part of the story, because what happens when the golden door isn't secure? What happens when the light from the lamp shining on the golden door dims because our leaders are not securing that door? And that's why we started the American Border Story, is to add in the human impact of what happens when our leaders put into place failed policies and when they prioritize criminals over the actual victims, because that is a more comprehensive view of the situation than just focusing on the part of legal immigrants coming into the state.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask you to relate one of those stories. I appreciate your comments, and Ben will be over. You have some of these stories as well, but it seems rather presumptuous of us to assume, and America is an exception on the world stage and through history, what we espouse, what we believe, the radical nature that the individual has intrinsic value, not to be defined by the state, is not something that is understood in much of the globe. So are we seeing people who come to America ill-equipped to uphold that American dream for next generations so that future generations can be seen as having intrinsic value? Are you seeing some of that?
Well, the onus is on us. We have to put into place a vetting system with protocols that ensures that those coming into our country are equipped to uphold the American dream for future generations to come. And we, over the past 4 years, saw an abject failure of that, and that's why we started this organization, is because we wanted to tell the stories from an emotional standpoint, the raw, unfiltered stories, because psychologists for years have said that the storytelling component is what makes these issues personal and relatable. It's called narrative transportation. When they hear the voices of the victims or their families, they can feel their emotions. They're not just processing data and statistics. Behind every statistic is a name, is a story. And actually, I have a 30-second video of...
Yeah, let's hear one.
Lauren Phillips, the sister of Laken Riley, who she came to us.
But this is
You can show it here.
all over our nation all the time.
Her life was so much more. That's not her. And what happened to her is not her. Who did it is not her. She's her, and she's so much more than that. And that hasn't been portrayed often.
So Laken Riley, which I'm sure you're familiar with, her family came to us and said, the mainstream media, going back to what you were saying, has not portrayed Laken's story properly. We don't know, the American people don't know who she was and what a great loss this was for our country. So Lauren, her sister, we did an interview with her. It's about 10 minutes, talking about who her sister was. And this was the narrative that the mainstream media failed to report on. I know you know Agnes Gibbony. I was just talking to her the other day. She's a mother who lost her son to an illegal immigrant who shot her son actually while trying to dive in and protect his best friend from the bullet coming from the illegal alien. Just a devastating story. And she said that she recently confronted a reporter from a mainstream media outlet who did a whole expose on family separation of illegal alien families during the deportation process. She called up the reporter and she said, "Why aren't you telling my story? Because my family has had to deal with a different type of separation. I am permanently separated from my son by 6 feet of dirt and a coffin." And the reporter was just taken aback, rattled, because how do you argue with stories like this? These are the stories that we tell, and I'll end with this. It's not just victims who have been killed and murdered. It's small business owners in sanctuary cities and states who have had their businesses destroyed. It's ranchers and farmers in border towns and communities who sleep with weapons. They've turned into border security operatives overnight because their land has been destroyed by illegal aliens. Their ranches have turned into unauthorized highways for drug cartels and human smugglers. It's disastrous. I can't even keep up with the number of people coming to us wanting to tell their stories.
Thank you, Nicole, and we're going to come back to some of those. Now, Ben, it seems as if we don't have those the largest population of illegal immigrants are not those yearning to be free. There might be another motivation on the border that is funding, that is encouraging people to come into America. Have you witnessed that? How have you witnessed that?
Yeah, I'll start with, I've got a couple-minute video here, if you guys will cue up number 1. And this is just the 4 years of Joe Biden, just to give you an idea. So these are NGOs down in Arizona. And this is just to give you an idea of what was coming across. This is what we witnessed every single day. High-speed pursuits down in Texas, the fentanyl in Arizona. These are arrests being made in Texas. This was in Panama, going through the Darien Gap. This is the Darien Gap. Thousands coming across every day. You want to talk about horror stories, the children that are raped in the jungle, the devastation of the jungle, the UNESCO World Heritage Site that has just been destroyed. And then these are the people that are coming in, that are throwing rocks at our drones, that are attacking us. This is cartel members in Arizona on the U.S. side of the border. It's my buddy Tim Foley. That's Art Del Cueto. A lot of you guys know him, an amazing patriot, Border Patrol, former Border Patrol. And these are the stories that the mainstream media doesn't talk about. The actual children that are left out there that are raped. The motto is, if you're pretty, you're raped. Excuse me, if you're a female, you're raped. If you're pretty, you're raped multiple times. And it's just understood. We were in Europe, too. So this was in Normandy. This is under the Eiffel Tower. So if we think it's bad here, we had John Solomon just talk about that. What's happening in Europe is on another level. This was a girl that had just been raped. This was a gunfight that we were in Panama, where the guy that was in the process of raping another girl was shot and killed by these warriors, center front warriors. And this is what it looked like every single day. Let's stop it there. So that is an idea of what we had for 4 years under Joe Biden. It was nonstop. It was not an accident. They called it. I was actually down in Panama the day after Secretary Mayorkas went down there on the edge of the Darien Gap and announced the controlled flow effort. I was down there with Michael Yon. Some of you guys know him. And we went 4 trips, actually, once from Colombia through the Darien Gap, and then 3 times we tried to go in reverse. Once we got in that gunfight, we had to be air vac'd out. And one other time we got flooded out. And finally, the 4th time we were able to get through. But the reality was, under Joe Biden and the Democrats, the controlled flow idea was, this is by design. There is an effort. There was a profit motive. There are industries involved with this. There's basically an illegal immigration industry that's been created through organizations. The tip of the spear is really United Nations, UNHCR, and OIM. But within America, there are organizations, going back to David Brody's point, that pretend to be compassionate. Catholic Charities, Lutheran Social Services, Jewish Family Services, 9 primary NGOs, hundreds of subsidiaries below them. Many a times they are the go-between between Border Patrol and the cartels. We have direct evidence that they're collaborating directly with the cartels. They're training people in Mexico and around the world on how to game our asylum system and our immigration policies. And they're making billions of dollars. They've made billions of dollars on bringing illegals into our country. Now, these are the same people, and we'll play some of those videos later. They're the same people that are aiding and abetting illegals in our own cities and states, in the sanctuary communities. I was just up in Chicago. You've got these same organizations that are training illegals on how to not comply with ICE. They are the same organizations that are sending people out to block vehicles in front of ICE offices. And they're the same individuals and organizations that cause the violence that we saw, not just with Charlie Kirk, because there's this incestual web where they're all connected. They're socialists, communists, leftists, Marxists, jihadists, La Raza, all of these groups now working together to undermine this country from within, to where we went from a country where we said, send us your tired, your yearning masses, your huddled masses yearning to be free, to send us the worst of the worst. And so now you have cartels, you have foreign adversaries that Frank's going to talk about that have seen this. So you have a part of it that is weaponized purely for profit. You have part of it that's weaponized because they want to destroy this country from within and remake it in their communist, jihadist, whatever utopian vision. And then you have part of it that are just taking advantage of that. And that's foreign terrorist organizations, foreign cartels, transnational criminal organizations. So all of this has been happening, but it was all the policies of Joe Biden, of the Democrats, and not just Joe Biden. This has been 50 years in the making, the sanctuary idea that has come out of these communities that has created this mindset that America is a terrible country, that we don't have a right to have borders. In fact, one of their chances, no borders, no walls, no USA at all. This is the mindset. And now they're in positions of power. They are on school boards. Actually, one of the worst of the worst, Emma Lozano, she's the so-called pastor at Lincoln United Methodist Church in Chicago, who is now on the school board in Chicago, tied directly to Mayor Johnson and all of these. So they're all working together to undermine this country. And it was only, the worst part about it, Phil, is that we had the previous administration saying, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. We're doing our best. And overnight, you saw the difference between a policy of America last and a policy of America first. And when President Trump came in and unleashed Tom Homan on the problem and brought in Kristi Noem, and now we've got Rodney Scott, and you have Border Patrol being able to do their jobs, and you have ICE being able to do their jobs as long as they're not obstructed by traitorous Democrats, the problem was fixed. And literally within days, if not hours, of President Trump taking over. So that's really part of my, if you watch Law and Border, the first 4 seasons have been where we came from and how bad it was. And so for anyone, I'm a storyteller as well. I started doing this because no one else was doing it. And I said, well, I might as well go investigate. Actually, one of the first people I met was Agnes Gibney, Angel Mom, about 10 years ago. She told me her story of her son, Ronald Da Silva. And I said, wait a second, you're a legal immigrant. You came here to escape that. You came here for the dream of America, and your son was murdered because of our illegal immigration policies. How is that possible? And then I met thousands of more that have similar stories. And somehow we've gotten to a place where we have a country that puts people that have no right to be here above the citizens that many of whom, we have some veterans in this room, fought, bled, and died for this nation. And so we're, kind of going back full circle. My parents were missionaries. We lived in Africa. I've been all overseas. This is a biblical issue. This is right versus wrong. This is good versus evil. You were talking about it earlier. We've replaced the truth with the lie. What you do to the children, one of the things, too, is we've accepted the truth or replaced the truth with a lie, and that's what we're seeing in America. It's good versus evil. That's what we're living through right now. And if we don't get our arms around it and realize where we're at now, where we're heading, and the forks in the road, we've got a couple options. If we don't get this right in the next 6 months to a year before the midterms, we're going to be right back in the same problem that we were. You can already see them lining up to go after President Trump, another coup against President Trump. They're going to do everything they possibly can. But I want to encourage you guys, the reason that they're all out right now, the reason that they're attacking ICE is because they realize their time is limited. Their days are numbered if we are able to do our job and defeat them. No more compromise. It has to be defeat. So that's where we're at now. We're going to play some more of those videos. But thank you. And no, yeah, to answer your question, no, they're not all good people coming here.
Yeah. And Ben, something that I saw in election integrity, in the 2020 election, and it's continuing now, there was so much foreign money flowing into nonprofits in the United States to actually create a shadow government that managed the election in the urban core to the benefit of one candidate. And since then, we've seen, well, since the turn of the century, we've seen hundreds of billions of dollars of foreign money flow into U.S. nonprofits to generate the training that divides us, to send the message that divides us, to harm American society and undermine its core principles. And we have that enemy facing us today in immigration. But Frank, we also have our foreign adversaries, nation states that want to exploit the Biden policies and our open borders. Share with us what you've learned.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on this, and thanks to all of these folks for what they're doing to bring this kind of information forward. Phil, you've credited me with coming up with a particular insight. I've learned most of what I know about this from Ben, so I want to give him credit for helping to illuminate. And what he just said is basically the message I want to build on. The ground truth is that the cumulative effects of the border policies that we've been following particularly during the Biden years, is putting the nation itself in peril. And I want to give you just one example of what that could look like. Ben has talked about, cartels, and he's talked about, jihadists and terrorists and the like, all of whom have come here in huge numbers. In fact, we don't even really know how huge the numbers are, because some of them went through the checkpoints and were processed in, but a lot of them were getaways. And we don't really have an accurate read on their numbers. But what I wanted to share with you most especially is there was a population that in the past year and a half or so, the last year and a half, I think it was, of Biden's time, that took advantage of that open border in a terrifying way. And again, the numbers are not exactly clear. Ben just gave me a current estimate. Again, not the gotaways, but just the people who were let in. And according to that estimate, there may be as many as 100,000 Chinese soldiers who came across that border during the latter part of the Biden administration. Chinese soldiers are not coming here for a better life, pursuing economic opportunities. They're on missions. And a particular passion of mine is trying to help people understand what the missions are of the Chinese Communist Party. And it, simply put, is to destroy the United States of America. And they make no bones about it. Don't take my word for it. Just look at their propaganda. Even what they put out in English. It's pretty awful. So Ben was kind enough to put together just a clip of what some of these characters coming through the border, giving you the high sign, they're glad to be here,
Ecuador?
looked like.
China?
And the reality is that
China?
I wanted to most especially say to you, because I think part of our purpose being here is to talk about what do we do about this. We need the American people, first of all, told the truth, going back to what we were told earlier, Rebecca, the truth about the presence here of these folks and the people, as Ben said, that they're working with. They're now lashed up with those jihadis and the drug cartels and other terrorists, both foreign and domestic. And if you don't think this can be a problem, let me just say that as we're speaking, there is now an active battlefront taking place in some of the cities of this country. Portland, Oregon has been ongoing, but Chicago is hotting up right now. You were just talking about ICE. The principal ICE facility in Chicago is surrounded at the moment by Antifa, to the point where I believe this very morning, the President of the United States directed his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to send such troops as are necessary into Portland and other places where ICE facilities are now under siege or about to be attacked. And I just want to impress upon you that Antifa's a nasty bit of business. It is outrageous that they have been allowed to operate in this country for as long as they had. And I commend Donald Trump for finally saying what they are, which is a domestic terrorist organization. Take them down. But I just wanted to say, this could go supernova at any moment. Antifa is spoiling for a fight. A colleague of mine by the name of Sam Faddis, I don't know if you follow him at And Magazine, at Substack. He's a terrific guy. He's on my show and I think others. Former CIA undercover operative. He has a piece out today about the war Antifa wants in Chicago. The revolution underway in Chicago. And when you throw on top of it these others who were, as you said, deliberately led into this country. Do you know this? There was a protocol in place at the end of the Trump administration that it used to take, I think, something like 4 hours to go through a questionnaire with Chinese nationals coming into the country. And we had some. Mostly they were in family units. But when they started showing up, as you saw right here, in large numbers, unaccompanied, military-aged men, often with high and tight haircuts, carrying similar, if not identical kits, moving in groups of 15. Michael Yon has been carrying this very well, as has been. These are military personnel, folks, and when they go into active support of Antifa or Al-Qaeda, last Saturday, there was a report issued by the National Counterterrorism Center that we have 1,000 Al-Qaeda people, operatives, warriors, in this country right now. And as Ben knows, that's not all of them. Those are just ones that we have been tracking who have come in to do specific strikes on public events and other places where people will be gathering, transportation hubs and the like. Does that sound familiar? And attacking also, by the way, hospitals, so as to maximize the casualties. When this comes together, as I fear it may at any moment, in violence, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the fight of our lives on our hands. And it goes back to what has been said now several times. This is our existential threat to freedom. It's not just someplace else, and it is in a lot of other places, as John Solomon covers all the time. But it's also here. So I just wanted to close by saying, one of the things that I hope will come out of this conversation with people like you, well, first of all, is that it won't be just you. It will be a lot of people like you with your help. We need to crowdsource the situational awareness of where are these people. We need every American to be both informed about the nature of this threat inside our wire and activated to help, not vigilantes, but help the law enforcement and military authorities take the appropriate action to neutralize these threats. And we need to do this with the utmost urgency. And I'll just close with this last point. I've had the privilege of being in audiences that Tom Homan has spoken at on numerous occasions. I admire the man greatly. I think what has been said about him and the work he's doing here is incalculably important. I have never heard him mention the Chinese soldiers in our country. I don't believe that they are on the list of the people who have to be deported urgently. And as far as I can tell, they're not actually working to find them, let alone move them out. So this is where we can come in, and I thank all of you for making this conversation possible to get us started on that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. You know, a lot of this is new to me. Thank you for sharing that. I remember about 2 years ago reading stories about the Chinese police stations that were popping up in the United States and being shocked that they
overseas police service centers.
Service centers in the United States enforcing their law on our soil. Is stunning to me, and there have been some arrests relating to that. Now, David, when we look at this, I think we can discern why those who are profiteering are engaged in it. The drug runners, the human traffickers, and a lot of the NGO organizations that are bringing in millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. We can discern foreign adversaries and why they would do it to undermine America. But why the Democratic Party or the Biden administration? Why that philosophy when the harm is so evident?
Well, I mean, you can trace it back for a long period of time, and it goes to cultural Marxism, which, of course, came over to the United States after Nazi Germany, and a lot of the cultural Marxists were kicked out and started at Berkeley and otherwise, and here we are. I do want to say something that relates to that specifically, but also what everybody in this room can do. We've heard about E-Verify. How many times have we heard about E-Verify? I mean, it's been up the proverbial yin-yang for 30 years. They should be doing that as a universal E-Verify system. It should be a no-brainer. It should be a no-brainer. The problem is, and look at Virginia, for example. In Virginia, okay, they have E-Verify, but not universal E-Verify. They have E-Verify for public employers. They have E-Verify for some private employers that contract with the state, as long as that private employer is over 50 people and the state contract is about $50,000. The point is that it is not universal in Virginia. So that's something you can look at doing potentially in your communities and really getting universal E-Verify, so all private employers have to go through that for sure. And in certain states are better than others. I also want to mention something that we can do in this room, which is the language. We have got to be proactive when it comes to defining the terms and the narrative on our terms, on the truth, on the correct terms. So, for example, with ICE, for example, what have we heard? They are disappearing people, right? We hear that, disappearing people. Okay, you know what that's code for? Code for Stalin, code for the Nazi regime, code for the dirty wars in Argentina in the late 70s, and you can just go on and on. That's what they are saying. We know that. But the regular American hears disappearing and doesn't really think too much about any of that. We need to set the record straight. That how dare they use that horrible, disparaging word, because that is exactly what they want people and Americans to think of this administration and, quite frankly, by extension, all of you and all of us. They do it as well when they talk about the immigrant crisis. It's not the immigrant crisis. It's the illegal immigrant crisis. We hear that all the time. This is the type of stuff they do, and I bring this up only from a media perspective. I've obviously been in media since, I don't know, the Civil War. It feels long. And this is what they do, and we've got to make sure we combat it at town halls, at city council meetings, that when you hear people talk that way, in a loving way, bless your heart, as they would say, correct them and say, that is not true. We're talking about illegal immigrants. Don't mitigate the circumstance, if you will.
In so many areas, they have stolen our language.
That's right.
And we need to reclaim our language.
Yeah, because the minute words matter, and the minute they win the language, then they win the narrative, and then they win, and ultimately, the culture that we're fighting so dearly for.
David, in some cases, they're not even calling them illegal immigrants. It's undocumented persons.
Well, right. That's
for heaven's sake.
All of it.
Now, Nicole, I want to come to you in just a second. I want to ask Frank a question, and I know you have focused, and one of your action points is local government. And I think Ben has brought that point up and how local government is engaged. And I want to give all of our panelists, I think we've got 8 minutes, am I correct, remaining. And I want to give each of you an opportunity to engage this audience and tell them what steps they can take. But Frank, I want to ask you, is it as crass as the Democratic Party wanting to change the demographic profile of America to benefit their approach to politics? Is that what we're seeing, why they open the borders as well as cultural Marxism?
Well, look, that's the best case. That's the least bad pretext for destroying our border and bringing in God only knows how many tens of millions of illegal aliens. The worst case is, honestly, I think they want to destroy this country. Not all of them, but enough of them. And I would just commend to you all, if you haven't come across him, a great resource on this is my colleague Trevor Loudon. He's done 2 multi-volume sets, one entitled Security Risk Senators, and the other entitled House Un-Americans. And you'll find chapter and verse there of people serving in the United States Congress today who, whether they're so-called democratic socialists, which is communists, and that's what Mamdani is, by the way, or whether they're pro-jihadists, or whether they're a combination of the two. And Mamdani is the poster child for that, by the way. These are people who I honestly believe would answer the question, if they were doing so honestly, bringing in these illegal aliens is part of taking down the nation, and that's their purpose.
Now, Nicole, you have seen this operate at the level of local government. We have about 7 minutes, and I want everybody to be able to offer next steps. But address your concern about local government, if you would, and what you're seeing.
Well, one of my favorite words is infrastructure. And I'm not a policy wonk. I'm a strategist and a communications professional. And I started my career working in local and state politics in New York. And one of the things that I really focused on was building infrastructure for the Republican Party, because we realized there was none, or where there was infrastructure, campaign infrastructure, it was faulty at best. And related to that, when I started working on immigration issues, it became very obvious that one of the biggest mistakes the right makes when talking about immigration or approaching it is assuming that it's just a national issue. Of course, it is a national issue, but it's also a state and local issue. As a great example of this is the 287G program. We've seen how powerful of a tool that can be, because it exposes, in the best of ways, the power of local impact. But the only way you get local impact is if you have the proper state and local leaders in place to actually carry through the national agenda, President Trump's immigration agenda, and not continuously obstruct federal law enforcement, not continuously provide state-funded benefits to illegal immigrants. This is the part of the issue that I don't see a lot of mobilization on. When we talk about someone like Zoran Mamdani, and I get a lot of flack for this because I'm constantly on media criticizing my colleagues in New York for not putting up a strong enough counter effort to Zoran Mamdani. None of the candidates running against him are strong enough by themselves to oppose him. He is going to be our next mayor. I'm a New Yorker. I love New York City so much. It's my favorite city in the world, and it pains me to see how the right has failed to build infrastructure to counter that. And that, by the way, this is about school boards, it's about county commissioners, it's about city councils, town councils. We have to ensure that we're electing the right people who can work with federal law enforcement, who make immigration a priority for their communities as well. When we say every town is a border town, every community is a border community, that's absolutely true, and we have to apply our solutions-oriented mindset to that as well. It starts with our communities, our local communities. It starts with you and what you can do to ensure that yes, our border is secure, that we deport illegal aliens, and that we work to take down, dismantle every single facet of this engineered, intentional system that the left, the Democrats, have built to destroy this country. It's every facet of society. It's national, it's state, it's local, it's also the media, but it's not just national media, it's local media as well that are skewing the narratives on illegal immigration. It's also big tech and the way they censor whistleblowers. So we have to work on dismantling every part of this system.
20 seconds.
Real briefly,
20 seconds, just because it plays off perfectly what Nicole said. There is a pastor, Pastor Ron McCoy. You probably know him, Charlie Kirk's pastor. He's a dear friend of mine. He's actually my personal pastor as well, long story. He once told me, he said, take care of your own bean patch, is what he said. In other words, we get too consumed by Fox News and CNN and all that crazy stuff. Forget the national stuff. If you could take every hour that you watch Fox News and instead go down to your local school board or local, city council and all of that, or maybe just go watch public access television in your local community and understand the issues there. It's your own bean patch that is crucial. That's where it begins, because we get overwhelmed with the national stuff, and then we feel like it's we can't get anything done.
Incapable. Let me go to Ben. Ben,
Incapable.
action item.
Well, first off, I'd say don't watch any of those. Just watch Real America's Voice.
That's correct. Correct.
I'd like to applaud that. I was just in Chicago. There's a big difference nationally between those sanctuary communities and non-sanctuary communities. What Texas is doing is incredible. There's a reason why they attacked the Dallas field office because they're being so effective in Texas. We're just at the beginning stages of this, but they're doing things right in red states and red communities. The sanctuary states are a disaster. They're intentionally a disaster. And I just want to, before I play a little clip of this video, I was in Chicago. I was in an operation. We were going after, been on multiple operations with ICE. We were going after an illegal alien that had multiple convictions, weapons charges, a known gang member. We were sitting on this house. They've done surveillance for days and days and days. We're there, and within minutes, this group of leftists, they are in Chicago. It's called the Rapid Response Network. They have an entire team across these sanctuary jurisdictions. As soon as they see ICE, they start making phone calls to obstruct it. And this was the outcome. I just want to play 14, guys, just a few seconds of 14.
It's unbelievable, guys. This is the
So
problem.
I got out of the car.
The media understand.
We had been surrounded.
This is only happening because of these activists. The only reason that CPD is out here wasting all of these resources is because you have leftist activists.
It's about Chicago. This guy
Threatened federal agents.
So pause it. Just pause it there. Keep it up. Guys, I don't want to get rid of it. So this is a group of local community activists that there was actually a state senator and her staff that came out as well. They obstructed our operation. This was one operation after one bad guy. And because of their actions, that guy was able to stay in his community because they're doing administrative warrants, which means you have to knock on the door, hope the guy comes out, or catch them when they leave. He got word, obviously, that we were there because of this. This type of action is, it should be unconstitutional. It's definitely unlawful. What they're doing, they should be arrested. And I would just say my action items for you guys. First off, is every chance you get, tell ICE that you support them. Be vocal about that on social media, everywhere you are, out in your community, whether you're at a school board meeting, at a city council meeting. You have to have the courage to do it. The only way we defeat this cancer in America is if we have men and women of courage that are willing to stand up and say, enough is enough, we're done with this. And you actually have to go out there. Now, I want to preface that with, I have stitches to prove that they don't want you to do that. There is a violent leftist movement across our country that wants to silence you from standing up. But I want to encourage you, if we don't stand up now, we lose this nation forever. And if we lose America, this is not just a national problem, this is a global problem. We lose the world. So that's it. All of these organizations, Antifa, terrorist organization, all of these socialist communist organizations, terrorist organization, the Muslim Brotherhood should be labeled a foreign terrorist organization and domestic. All of these organizations need to be dismantled, and every politician that has ties to them needs to be removed from office and prosecuted.
There you have it, your action items. Thank our panelists for us. Yeah. And stay with us. Our next panel is on the virus of wokeness, and we welcome them to the stage. Thank our panel.
Well, I don't know if we're supposed to start yet. I'm looking for someone to give me a cue. Yes, we are supposed to start. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. You have had so much power-packed information in that last panel, and I'm excited now to talk to you all, to moderate this panel about transgenderism and wokeness. I am Dr. Gina. I host American Sunrise on Real America's Voice every single morning. Hope that you all join us sometimes. I also have a new book with my co-author, Dr. James Mosley from Liberty University. He's back there. We'll be signing books at the back. Our new book series is called Bible by Heart. And the first one of our 17-book series we just launched is called The Days of Creation. And we would love to sign those for you, for your children, for your grandchildren. It's an interactive book. I promise you've never seen anything like this. It's completely different, and it's to help your loved babies memorize what's really important. And so I'm very excited about that. We have a fantastic panel today, and I'm just honored. I texted some girlfriends of mine who are politically active. We have a little group that we have, and I said, there's so much IQ in this room. I think even in the audience, I'm just hoping some of it will rub off on me. So that's why I'm here. Most importantly, I'm the mother of 5 children, one by the blessing of adoption who happens to have Down syndrome. And I've been married for 35 years to my husband, former Senator John Loudon from Missouri. And those are all the important things about me, honestly. So I just want, instead of me introducing myself, and John's already been introduced, so much amazingness on this panel, really. I'm going to let everybody kind of introduce themselves for just a moment. So if we can take a moment, we'll start with you, John Solomon, my amazing colleague and my friend.
Every Tuesday morning we get to talk at 9 o'clock. I love it.
Yes.
You're amazing. Yeah, John Solomon, you know enough about me, so we'll go right down the line from there.
Well, is there anything that wasn't in the introduction that you think is important for this audience to know about you, especially in light of our topic?
Yeah, listen, one of the things I'm most proud of, my favorite job title is I'm a dad of an autistic son. And every day I get to go home, and one of the things that my son Josh taught me is to celebrate the little things in life I would have overlooked. And that is something I try to live every day.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm Luke Rosiak. I'm an investigative reporter with the Daily Wire. So that's the group with Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, et cetera. Very brilliant opinion guys. I'm on the reporting side, so I don't really have opinions. I just find facts. But I found that that can be super effective in advancing conservative ideals. I'm also a parent here in Virginia, and one of the big stories that I did exactly 4 years ago now was the breaking the story of the Loudoun County transgender rape cover-up.
Good job.
Hi, thanks for having me here today. My name is Stephanie Lundquist Aurora, and my most important job title is mother. I still have 3 sons in the house, 16, 14, and 12. And I think that my being on this panel today and my role in community activism is completely a calling for me. I was not interested in public education when I was younger. The world kind of changed and brought me here. Actually, I was much different. The first time I held my firstborn son, I was initially planning to go back to work. I used to be a speechwriter and political analyst and put him into daycare. But when I gave birth, I held him and I looked at my husband and said, "You're going to need to make more money because I'm not leaving this boy." So it's been, thank you. It's been through my journey as a mother that I'm eternally grateful to be here on this panel talking about what I think is one of the most important issues of today, and that's woke indoctrination of children in their schools, in K through 12 in particular. And my sons are in public schools, so I've experienced this journey with them, and I credit a lot of what I know and what I do to my sons. So thanks for having me.
Great. And motherhood does change us so much. My name is Debbie Kurlitis. I'm the Vice President of Moms for America. Delighted to be here. Thank you for the invitation to talk about so many things that affect our families. I am a mother of 3, married to my husband 31 years. Thank God we're making it here. This You know, people like 31 years, yes. So to everyone here that's made it, to God be the glory. We're so glad that family, traditional family, is so important in America, that our children can be raised by a mother and a father, and that together we can really save America. And so at Moms for America, we've been around for 21 years. Our mission is to reclaim our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution. This happens to be my daughter here taking photos. I have, like I said, 3 children, and I'm just delighted to be here and discuss, you know, these important issues in today's culture.
Thank you so much to each of you. I think I'm going to go to you first, Luke, because you said you just report facts. And so I want you to give us the facts of how we got to where we are. What's behind this woke agenda? What's really motivating it? Because I think it's not a lot of times what we see, certainly not on TV.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And it's funny because you have different groups whose interests really aren't aligned. And one of them is, you know, as a funny example, the transgender crowd and then the Gaza terrorist crowd. And they seem to think they're allies, even though if the transgenders would go to Gaza, they'd be thrown off the roof. So what do they have in common? They both have hatred of America in common. I wrote a book about schools' race to the bottom, and, you know, going back into the history of this, coming from sort of the Frankfurt School over to Columbia University, leading into critical race theory, which is basically, you know, in opposition to whiteness, which sounds horrible. It is horrible to hate white people, but it's actually been worse than that, if you can believe that. They redefine the word whiteness to mean anything that is dominant. And so they call Asians white because they think Asians are dominant in math and science and so on. They call the scientific method whiteness because the scientific method is dominant, because in science you often use the scientific method. So it's really a nihilism. It's an anarchy. And then you can see why they join in with actual anarchists like Antifa. And then you have the school administrators who like this kind of rhetoric about rejecting objectivity. Because when they're failing to teach our kids and the test scores are really bad, well, they can say test scores aren't real, or the SATs are racist and everything is racist and nothing is real. And so they move you towards subjectivity. And when you think about like the LGBTQ, okay, well, we know what LG is, we even know what B and T are, but what is Q? Q is queer. What does that have to do with what does that mean? Who are you attracted to if you're a Q? Queer just is the same thing as the dominant in CRT. It means subversive. It's trying to overthrow dominant aspects of society. So it really is an element, several different factions on the left that are all unified by their desire to destabilize Western civilization. And it's a terribly destructive instinct, and none of them even have the plans to actually make things better and enact the things they say they want, like great outcomes for minorities in the case of the backers of CRT. They literally can't tell you how they would do that. It's just the first step is to tear everything down, and then maybe out of the ashes we can have some other fight or something else can arise. So it really is an extremely nefarious force that was embraced pretty thoroughly by school systems over the last few years to, I think, a very dangerous effect.
John, I want you to speak a little bit to the historical context of everything that he just said.
Yeah, well, you can't do much better than what Luke has already documented over the last few years, starting in Loudoun. COVID was a blessing for a lot of us in the sense that we got to see what was going on in schools that often was invisible. But I want to take it back further, because about 4 years ago, right after COVID had eased up a little bit, I got an opportunity to interview a Cuban intelligence agent. He had retired, defected, and he went all the way back to Castro. It was Castro and the Soviets early in his career. By the end of his time, he was with the Venezuelans, the Iranians, and the Chinese. Cuba always looking to destabilize us. And he said, listen, I'm going to just be honest with you. We're targeting your education system, and I'm going to give you our 5 principles of warfare. It's easier to change a young mind than an older mind. It's easier to create instability when you create division in America. It's easier to create confusion when you normalize the abnormal. And if you portray law and order as fascism, you can tear down a democratic Western society. Now, take those principles I just gave you and think about what teachers' unions and school districts brought into your schools in the last decade. normalize the abnormal. Let's have a man go into a women's bathroom pretending he's a female athlete and let him win all the awards on the podium. DEI and CRT were designed to create division, to divide America between two classes of people, the oppressed and the oppressors. The oppressors are white people. Everyone else falls into the oppressed class. If you divide a country along those lines and you train children that that's the story, now you can start to create the protest movement that starts to bring down the country. The other thing he said is that in Marxism, crisis is the key. You have to keep creating another crisis to create the sense that your country is falling apart. Now think about the inscription on some of the bullets that were recently recovered in some of these assassination attempts. Catch this, fascist. Fascism is anyone who believes in law and order, who believes in the Judeo-Christian society. Those concepts have been brought into your school districts. They've been brought into your kids' classrooms. They've been brought into your child's Discord chats when they're playing video games. This guy mentioned how much he spent in the final days of his career on Discord trying to poison the young minds of children here. There isn't an accident to what's going on in our schools. Yeah, there's teachers' unions and there are nonprofits that are there, but our foreign enemies have a plan, and they see the education system as the first step in destabilizing America.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. I want to add something, if I may. When I was finishing my PhD, I ended up we'd get classroom credit for going to some of these national panels that were taking place. And I went to, for credit, a feminist panel. And this had some of the most astute, if you will, putting that word in quotations, air quotes, as my co-host David Bodie likes to say all the time, feminist scholars on this panel from Harvard and the like. And I went to this panel and sat there listening, and it turns out there was only 12 of us in this room. So one of them said, hey, since there's only 12 of us in this room, let's make this an action planning meeting. And she closed the door, and I sat with these 12 feminist scholars while they discussed their plans to take over this country. And the things that they talked about were the exact same kinds of things you said. It was ironic for me because they had no idea I was a conservative. I had to stay undercover for all of I gave my personal faith testimony at my graduation, and you could have heard a pin drop for sure. But at this moment, I was still completely undercover. And they talked about all the things you just said, John. Exactly like you just said them. They planned to invade our classrooms. They planned to invade our government. They planned, the only thing that I didn't hear from you, our churches. And they have successfully invaded our churches too. So I think I'll go to you, Stephanie, to talk about the spiritual side of this battle, because there's an invasion on that front that is just as pervasive, not as obvious though, and not as often discussed.
I'm about to release a article on Tuesday. So this is it's going to drop on Tuesday, and I want you to be on the lookout for it. My school district in particular in Fairfax County, Virginia, is filled with people who are definitely not spiritual at the leadership level. The superintendent is from Seattle and is really pushing the transgenderism in schools. It's one of her biggest issues. The 12 school board members are all Democratic endorsed, and we used to have well, you could say that she's a religious person. She was an Islamic fundamentalist on our school board. She's no longer on. She was very controversial. So for a long time, the left is saying absolute separation of church and state, no prayer in school. They were very fervent about this. Well, recently, during Ramadan in 2022 in Fairfax County, they started prayer rooms. So I got a text message from my 7th grader and it said, the library is filled with Muslims right now praying during Ramadan. And I was really surprised about this. I was wondering if there was a mass conversion to Islam happening in the schools. It was unclear to me what was happening. So I contacted the principal, who told me that no, this is a district policy. It's coming from the top. All schools now, starting in during Ramadan, April 2022, have to have prayer rooms for the Muslims to go pray. But don't worry, these are open to everybody and also to secular students for meditation. So the timing, just a coincidence. Now fast forward And President Trump gave a speech at the Museum of the Bible about an upcoming announcement from the Department of Education where Secretary McMahon was going to lay out the guidelines for what was acceptable in terms of protecting children's right to pray in school. So this was just announced. Left-wing media, well, let's just say media, mainstream media, went nuts. I mean, they took very, very serious issue with this. And this is more than 3 years after when prayer rooms were implemented during Ramadan in Fairfax County Public Schools. So they have such a significant problem with this when the president announces the right to protect children's right to pray whenever they want, but they don't have a problem with prayer rooms in school during Ramadan. Now, let me tell you what happened at one particular school in these prayer rooms. There's actually a conversion effort going on. So there are multiple students at one school in particular who have converted. One of them actually forged his prayer pass. His parents had no idea. And then his parents discovered a video on his phone where he went to a mosque and did the conversion prayer with an adult imam. And basically there's a group in this high school of kids who are trying to convert other kids during prayer room hours. So apparently nobody thinks that that's an issue in the leadership. I actually emailed the leadership and said, well, what do you think about this? And they stopped responding to me a long time ago. So the point is that it's not that they have a problem with prayer necessarily, apparently. They have a problem with Christians.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
my thought on that.
Yeah, I think you make a great point when you brought up about the online. I don't know if you all have seen it recently, but about the parents who AI has convinced their children to self-harm, suicide, other things like that. So scary. And the other thing that's happening online that I don't know if y'all are aware of, I'm like a little news flash here, is just, two things I wanted to make you aware of, slightly off topic almost, but I want you to know, is these Facebook groups now. There's one in my town, and they are saying, hey, go take pictures of all the license plates at local churches, post them on this Facebook page. If you see someone with the Jesus fish on the back of their car, get a picture of the license plate. Begin to harass people who have an American flag, any Trump sort of stickers on their car, anyone who goes to church. There are Facebook groups who are literally doxing and targeting you. So you don't have to be in the public eye to be a target anymore. You are in the public eye if you show up at church, if you have a political bumper sticker or yard sign, if you have an American flag on your clothes, on your home, on your car, guess what? You just became a target too. How do we respond to this?
It's scary. I know all of us are like, you have to take a breath and go, okay, we're in a battle. And we have to be on our knees. We have to be praying. We have to be raising our kids in the church. It's God, family, country. But something that is so powerful right now is, thank God, President Trump is in office right now. He is an ally. He is protecting us. Moms for America just recently met with the DOJ, and they were talking about this exact same topic. If you, as a Christian, have been bullied, if you have been terrorized because of your Christian faith, we can report this to the DOJ, and they have a full initiative with a task force that is going to be fighting for our religious liberties and protection on a regular basis. Have we heard this on any other government? Have we seen task force like this? You may know more than I, but I mean, this is aggressive from President Trump's administration. The DOJ saying, if you have any moms, any parents that have been ridiculed because of their faith, this is no longer going to happen in our country. And it may take us a while to get there, but they are working diligently on this. And I think this is all of us. We have to be reporting. We have to be speaking out. And we have to just make sure that people know that when you stand up, you've got to be strong. You've got to be rooted in prayer. That's what Charlie's whole message was. This is much greater than patriotism. This is a battle for Jesus. This is a battle for our faith. This is a battle for our future. And I think all of us united, if we are on our knees in prayer, the administration will be helping us, but together we will do great things, and we will not let them destroy our faith, destroy our children, or destroy our country. That's my...
So when you say report, who exactly do we report it to? This is a very serious question, because I get this all the time, and it is hard to know how to work your way through bureaucracies. But that's something that Moms for America does all the time.
Right, and we hear this just like everyone on this panel does, moms fighting solely, just really showing up and speaking up. Two things: the task force with the DOJ, there is a hotline there that they are going to be checking regularly. The other thing that I want to mention is that if you are at your school, and let's just say that there is a situation at your school, there's a transgender, or your child cannot bring their Bible, whatever the situation may be, file a civic complaint with the Department of Education. If you don't know that, mark that down. Secretary McMahon is doing a very aggressive look at what is happening at our colleges, our universities, our schools all across this country. It's to be public school, but you file a civil complaint. And they are regularly checking these, and they are following up on them. I can't talk for any other administration, because I don't think they were following up on things like this. But Secretary McMahon has charged us with the cause here at Moms for America and all across our country. You have a problem at your school, you're being terrorized, or you're not being able to, have your child protected, or there's males in their sports, all of those things, you fill out a civil complaint at the Department of Education. That's another good example.
So one of the things that's happening in schools that I think is just demoralizing our students, of course, is all of the gender stuff that we're seeing. And John, I want to go to you on this. This is even complicated for me to answer sometimes. This is a question I have personally. What role should government play in all of this? And what belongs at the federal level, what belongs at the state level, and what belongs at the local level?
When you look historically in the country before '79, when Carter was able to create the U.S. Education Department, education was always deemed to be something at the local level. It wasn't designed to be one of the core competencies of the federal government. And since the Education Department played a larger role in our lives in '79 forward, our performance of our students have gone down. So one could argue there's some pretty strong empirical doubt that it failed, and maybe our founding fathers had it right. Right now, the single largest intervener in the education systems are the courts, and they start in one direction, usually in the district courts, often leaning left, and when they get up to the appellate courts and the Supreme Courts, they seem to go back to the more constitutional principle of what is allowed. I think it's clear now that the Supreme Court has ruled that parents' rights are rights. They're not something that can be bestowed or taken by a school board or a school administrator. And I think that is one of the most significant philosophies in the court rulings the last few years. But the courts are going to be where most of this are going to be settled, and most of all of the big issues are going to be settled at the Supreme Court.
And Luke, how do we balance free speech concerns with compelled speech, such as pronoun usage, which all of our children, if they're in any sort of public institution, are experiencing right now?
So I think that in some ways, these questions are almost the least of our concerns. What we're dealing with the transgender movement at this point in time is a domestic terror movement in America. It's an extremely destabilizing force that poses an imminent risk to people's lives. You had the assassin of Charlie Kirk dating a transgender. It came out last week that the guy a couple years ago that tried to kill Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh is a transgender. You had a cult of transgenders called the Zizians murdering people all over America, and on and on. And we're told by the left, why do you talk about transgenders so much? There's not even that many of them. It's not a big deal. Well, then how come out of the last 4 school shootings, half of them have been by transgenders? The Catholic school in Covenant in Nashville, the school in Minneapolis a couple of weeks ago. This is not normal. And we were told for a long time that the transgenders would kill themselves if they didn't get their way, and we didn't affirm their pronouns and do all that compelled speech. And I think the response to that was always, that's a threat of violence. Whether it's yourself, whether you're going to kill yourself or you're going to kill me, you can't do that. And a lot of times it turns out when people kill themselves, they say, well, I might as well take out a few others with me. Most of these school shooters do kill themselves at the end of it, but they're basically suicide bombers. So these are mentally ill people, and just as there's a concept in Islam, taqiyya, that you can lie to the unbelievers, the transgenders do that too. They lie constantly. They were telling people, parents, that unless your child goes through genital surgery, they will kill themselves. Well, the transgender lawyer, Chase Strangio, admitted to the Supreme Court that there was never any evidence of that. They kill themselves a lot before they get the surgery, and they kill themselves just the same amount after they get the surgery.
It's actually 7 times higher after they have the surgery. The suicide rate is 7 times higher, and that's actually conservative. I think it's actually higher than that. That's their literature, because it's all funded by them, but 7 times higher after they have the surgery.
Yeah, and so there's just so many. There's a terrible story out of Appomattox County in Virginia where a girl named Sage believed that she was transgender, and the school concealed that from her parents. And the school basically convinced her to be transgender. They met with her like 10 times in the first month of school saying, you know, you think you might be transgender, basically trying to convince her and steer her in that direction. And she wound up getting sex trafficked to Baltimore, and the FBI busted down the door and found her in the process of being raped by a convicted sex offender in inner city Baltimore. And Baltimore Social Services took this girl, and instead of bringing her back to her mom in Appomattox, they put her in a group home for troubled youth in Baltimore, where she got raped again by these, you know, some of the worst kids in Baltimore, because they said, well, she's a boy, and so we're going to put her in the boys' home. But I can tell you the things that the registered sex offender and the kids in Baltimore, the thugs in Baltimore, were doing to her were very much predicated on her being a female. They believed that she was a female. The horrible crimes they did to her required her to be female. But the criminal justice system there wouldn't give this girl back to her parents in Virginia because they assumed, based on the mom being religious and being from Appomattox, that she probably wouldn't affirm the kids' gender identity. And the counselors from the school actually went up and testified in Baltimore to that effect, even though they had never met the parents. And so I think we're at a point where enough is enough. We can't engage with this kind of rhetoric. We can't treat these as credible people. We can't treat them as honest brokers in good faith. So I mentioned how in critical race theory they say they're against whiteness, but then they redefine whiteness to be even something broader. The transgenders say that they are anti-fascists, but then they redefine fascist to mean everybody who doesn't do everything they want when they want it in exactly the way that they want it. And then they reserve the right to treat fascists the way that you would treat actual fascists. So I did a story a couple of weeks ago about the Socialist Rifle Association, which is a 10,000 person strong group of anarchists, Marxists, Leninists, and transgenders, and it was founded by someone who goes by she/it, and its next president went by Kilashandra Killips. So these are very gruesome, morbid people who go around with huge caches of weapons. And they say that they just want to defend themselves. But the problem with the transgender ideology is that words are violence to them. And so if you have said something they don't like, then it's a defense. It's self-defense for them to fire the first shot. And they can tell themselves they're just, on the defensive. They're not starting anything. They're not doing anything wrong. And after all, you're a fascist. So this is a movement that I think we have to reject wholesale. There's no half measures with this ideology. And I think it's a national security concern at this point.
Yeah, I think we have to be so well versed too, because I think that's one of the things that Charlie taught us so clearly is that we have to know the facts. We have to know them, and we have to have, screenshot them, have them in your phone, be ready. Katie Couric posted on Twitter that actually most violent shootings, most mass shootings take place by right-wing people in America. It is absolutely not true. You named some, but Colorado shooter, non-binary, Denver shooter trans, Aberdeen shooter trans, Nashville shooter trans, Philadelphia shooter trans, you named some others. Have your list, have it in front of you. When you see facts that are cited by credible news agencies like Just the News or others, make sure you have those facts ready because you're going to need them. What Katie Couric said is a lie. So what we have to do is go back at her and say, well, name the right-wing shooters, mass shooters. Name them for me because I can name the left-wing shooters. I can name the trans shooters. There's something going on. Just the same, I'm very active with MAHA, and just the same as we've been lied to by drug companies, Hospital Association, the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric and Psychological Association, and they have funded the research to date. Finally, that's changing and we're getting some truth, but just the same, all of the data we have, a lot of the data we have, is funded by those with a vested political interest in the outcomes of the research. So I think this will start to change, but we need to help it and we need to call it out. So look at who funded the studies. If the Katie Courics of the world are going to lie to you, who funded the studies that she's citing, right? And I want to get to that because anybody who's ever experienced PMS or any sort of hormonal changes in your life or someone in your life who's had hormonal changes knows the powers of hormones. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand. So what are these hormones doing, Debbie, to these children? Because I asked ChatGPT in my research for this panel today, what are the hormones and what are they doing? Is there any research body that says these hormones are causing this? Because you can connect A and B here, right? There's something going on with the hormones that they're giving these transitional students, these students in the transition process. There's no research. There's nothing there for us yet because guess who's funding all the science? I think it'll change, but speak to that for a moment. What about these hormones?
Well, we know as parents that if you would reverse a child's trajectory of health, and we would completely shut that down, that there is going to be huge problems, not only psychologically, but physically. And will these children ever be able to have kids in their future? I mean, we know that this is wrong. Science knows that it's wrong. If you talk to anyone that's detransitioned, like a Laura Perry Smalls or a Chloe Close, or they have no idea what their future even looks like. They don't know if they will live for next 10 years, 20 years. There's no science on it, except the only science that we have is that you're reversing what God has created the body to do. And when you do that, problems come. So I think what are we going to see in the future? I mean, this is going to be horrific, what we'll see with the children that have had a reverse of their whole biology. And what will their future be like? What will their ovaries and their female parts and anything at all that was God intended for normal is now completely destroyed, let alone the fact that they will never maybe be able to have children. And it's such a fallacy. It's so manufactured. We know that the trans movement has grown, 400, 500% over the last years? I mean, this has been manufactured to take away the home, the future, childbearing, motherhood, fatherhood, the traditional family, and the medication. They're lifelong pharmaceuticals. The pharmacy industry.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars over the lifetime. So when you follow the money trail, you figure out why all the research is on the side of covering this up. Because it is hundreds of thousands of dollars in pharmaceuticals, in hospital bills, in doctor bills. So there you have Big Pharma, the American Hospital Association, the American Medical Association, and oh, by the way, the American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric Association, because they're making a ton of money
Everyone's benefiting.
Everyone is profiting, exactly, except the child and our society. But Stephanie, take us to the future. What do the next 5 to 10 years look like now?
That depends on us.
It does, yeah.
So this is what I know that this is a panel and a conference of action, right? And this has been brought up multiple times. The left is trying to gaslight us. They're trying to tell us that certain things aren't happening. They're trying to steal our language. They're telling us that, oh, in fact, there aren't actually just predatory boys going in girls' locker rooms. At my son's high school recently, there's a boy, a sophomore, who's going into the girls' locker room and just watching them change He has facial hair. This is well documented. It just happened. There was just a Title IX complaint filed on this. It started happening on September 2nd. The school didn't let the parents know that their children, their daughters, were being subjected to this. A friend of mine called me and said, I learned about this on the evening news, and my freshman daughter has been changing in the bathroom stall every day because of it. So, of course, part of the strategy from leftist districts are local schools, which, by the way, some of you probably don't have kids in local schools, but more than half of your property taxes go to fund them, and this is the future generation of America, so everybody should be concerned about it. So things like this are happening all the time, not just in liberal districts, but kind of across the country. And the left is gaslighting us, telling us repeatedly this isn't happening. They were also doing it with critical race theory. When they were talking about white privilege, they were calling it something else and saying, we're not actually teaching critical race theory. And I'm like, well, I just found this thing on white privilege. Like, what's this called? And obviously, you know, it's part of it. So they try to gaslight us. So what does the next 5 to 10 years look like? Here's what I say. Our job is to find the rot in the K through 12 education system. And there are a number of ways to do this. You can do Freedom of Information Act. You can go to your school districts and say, you're not doing me a favor by giving this to me. This is my information. I want to know X, Y, and Z. And actually, Luke Rosiak is the best ever at FOIA, so I've taken a lot of tips from him. You can get information if you don't have the kids in the school from FOIA. You can also use the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which means if you have children in school, or your neighbors do, you can let them know that that federal law allows them to review curriculum in a timely manner, and also to opt your kids out of surveys that have controversial questions. So after you find, oh, and by the way, I tried to PPRA something, Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment. They sent it to FOIA. I had to pay $280 for it. So I filed a federal complaint to say, actually, that you just violated my PPRA rights. I paid the $280, and it was for the white privilege lesson. I knew they were trying to hide it from me, and they were. So after you find the rot, the next thing that you do is you expose the rot. And a lot of people just, not everybody has a huge platform. So on social media, there was a mom in Dayton, Ohio, which is thought to be kind of at least a middle district, right? It's not liberal. It's not, you don't know, it might be a little bit conservative. She said it was on her social media post. And it was of the family life education, sex education curriculum in Dayton. And it was basically showing a class of 10-year-olds that it was like a cartoon boy masturbating. And she posted this online, and it had several million views. And she said, this is what they were teaching them. But that's an example of a mom who didn't have a huge platform, so she posted it on social media and made everybody aware of it. So I think that's instrumental. And then you post it, you let people know, you take a stand, you say this is wrong, and then you mobilize your neighbors, members of your congregation to join you. And if we can do this, and we can actually expose the rot of what's happening in schools, it's not just theoretical. Like, this is on us. So what happens in the next 5 to 10 years depends on what we do now.
Yeah, that's one thing I always try to say in my speeches. I think I've been saying this since back in the Breitbart days when I was writing for them. We have a moral imperative to be on social media. And you can go on there as Daffy Duck. I don't care what your name is, but you need to be on social media. Don't be one of those people who has like 5 posts that you've ever done because you're on there all the time reading everyone else's stuff. You need to be reposting everyone else's stuff. You need to be soliciting followers. You need to be your own little citizen journalist, because if you think you're hiding, you're not, as I just told you. And it's so important now as part of the fight that you're in social media. I don't like it either. I don't like being a target. My family gets death threats all the time. My son gets death threats all the time because he's very active on social media. But, you know, this is the world we live in. And so I just want to beg you all, if you're not active on social media, get active on social media. And I mean it. And I mean across all platforms. Be on every social media, because that's where the fight is, you guys. That's where your children and grandchildren are. That's where they get their news and their information. And you being a reporter of what you find that's credible in media is just as important as you knowing it. You knowing it is only you. So be out there if you don't do anything else. I beg of you, be active on social media. And you can use a fake name and a fake picture. I don't care. But be out there fighting in that realm, because that's where the next 5 to 10 years will be fought. We only have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to do something I always love doing whenever I do a panel. 3 books, you're on a deserted island. What 3 books are you taking besides the Bible?
Oh, it's so hard when you have the Bible. I'm reading Remarkable Women. I am reading the Book of John. And I am trying to get to one of Charlie Kirk's favorite, and I forgot it's on his list. But when he said he reads 100 books a year, it really sparked me to get my reading.
When did he do all of this?
I don't know.
Love letters every week to his wife, kept a daily diary where he wrote all of his plans through 2030 for Turning Point. When in the world did he do this?
I don't know. And I also wanted to say, please, if we can help at momsforamerica.us, visit us, especially if you have any persecution as a Christian. I want to make sure that we get your story to the DOJ.
Love that.
And thank you.
Yeah. Your turn.
This is a hard one. I wish I would have had it in advance.
Sorry.
I'm actually an avid reader. I write so much in nonfiction that I enjoy reading fiction just to escape.
Okay. You can tell
No
us.
judging. No judging.
No judging.
But I would say pragmatically, number 1, like the Special Forces Guide to Survival.
That's hardcore.
Okay. All right.
I like it.
John?
Well, listen, I want to make a book of Luke Rosiak's great reporting, because you have to follow what he's doing. He's chronicled in facts the actual war that's been going on in the school district. So I'd make a book and take that with me. Kind of take the Constitution with me, and I'm going to be a rebel here. I'm going to say you need to read Saul Alinsky's Role for Radicals so you know what the enemy's tactics are. That book is still operational today. It is what's behind Antifa. It's what's behind the far left. Know the rules of the enemy so you can help defeat them. That would be my 3 books.
I'd read anything by Peter Schweitzer. He's a great conservative reporter that really puts the work in, which is a dying art. And I'll add that, the local media is kind of dying, and that's where you guys can play a role. If you're retired, you've got some time on your hands, you can feed the reporters tips. They need tips because they don't have time to do this stuff themselves. They may write a story in your local paper, or maybe even a bigger paper if you kind of do some of the research and send it to them. Even when I broke the Loudoun County rape story, first the guy was arrested, and the leftist media put him on all the papers claiming he was a terrorist, but nobody explained why. Nobody knew they were covering up a rape and his kid was raped. I just asked him why. I called him up and I asked a simple question. We all saw that you were mad at a school board meeting. You were dragged out. Why were you so mad? And so some of the work that we do as journalists isn't that skilled. It's just a matter of putting the time in, and that's a role that you guys can play for sure, because local politics matters. One of the ways that George Soros came in and bought all these local prosecutors, he's in arbitrage. He knows in the finance industry how to get the best bang for the buck. The best bang you can get for your buck in politics is local, and you guys can absolutely move the needle.
Our time is up, but I'll just say None Dare Call It Treason by John Stormer was foundational for me. Choice Not an Echo by Phyllis Schlafly is one of my all-time favorites, and I love Bonhoeffer. It reads like fiction. It's very good by Eric Metaxas. You guys, thank you so much. Next, we are going to have a panel. Tribute rather to Charlie.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, and it's going to be you, John, and Rebecca Weber. Where is she? Thank you all so much for your attention. You all want to come up, and God bless you guys. Thanks.
All right, everybody. So I know we didn't have any breaks planned into this, so if everyone wants to stand up and stretch, this is a good moment right before we're going to do this tribute to Charlie Kirk, if you want to stretch. One thing to note, these shows aren't possible without our sponsors, and our sponsors have been so good to us. They've been loyal. And I want you to all, our sponsors are on all of the placards around here. I want to tell you some of the tables back there. Dr. Gina has a great book back there. You guys should go back there and take a look. First Fidelity, one of our best benefit partners. That's where you want to get your gold and silver. HSP Direct is here. Nicole Hall with her whole family showed up, and they've been so gracious to us all. So could you give our sponsors a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So like Dr. Gina said, we're going to do a panel, and we originally were going to have it with Rebecca and John, but there are so many people here that have known Charlie so well, and he has impacted their life. We're going to add a couple more. We're going to ask Ben Bergquam and Dr. Gina back up on the stage just to talk a little bit about Charlie. They knew him personally, and then we're going to play a video for you. So if you guys would all join us up on stage, please.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. So we decided that this would be a better format because these three wonderful people here alongside me really knew Charlie Kirk. They had a relationship with him. And we want to honor his life. We want to honor his legacy. We have a beautiful video that we're going to play here in just a few moments. But I just want to share a few words before I turn it over to Dr. Gina. I didn't know Charlie Kirk very well. We had met four times. I had the honor of being interviewed on his podcast. That was when I met him face to face. Amac was at the Turning Point People's Convention. We held our national conference. We did that at the People's Convention in Michigan. And that's when he sat with me and interviewed me. And I really thought, wow, he's really someone special, different, unusual in a remarkable way. He was like a walking encyclopedia. And one of the questions he asked me was, he said, Rebecca, why is it that the boomers and the older generation is polling the worst with Donald Trump? And my answer to him was, I think that there's a lot of people that have been watching CNN and MSNBC for 30 years, 40 years, and they're tuning into the same show, and they don't realize how bad those news organizations are. And Charlie agreed with me, so I thought, wow, I guess I am smart. He agreed. He said, that's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head there. And then I had him on my podcast twice, and he was very generous and shared information that stuck with me. When I heard that Charlie Kirk was shot, I couldn't believe how much it impacted me. Like, it paralyzed me, as I'm sure it did many of you. And I was stunned, I was heartbroken, and I felt like I had to do something, but what do you do? And in that moment, I ran up to my bedroom where I keep my Bible. And I took my Bible in both hands, and I held my Bible up, and I closed my door. I didn't want to do this in public. Held my Bible up, because my family was over. And again, very surprised at how much this threw me off my feet. And I said, God, give me a word. I put the Bible on my bed, and I just randomly opened it. And I read Daniel 6:27, which says, perhaps not exactly, depending on which Bible you read, but he rescues and saves. God performs miracles and wonders in heaven and on earth. He rescues and saves. And I felt God's grace wash over me in that moment. And I realized in that moment, it was like an inner voice said, oh, Charlie Kirk's work is not done. He is still alive in so many of us. Then I spoke with my children. I have three children that are young adults. And again, very surprised at how impacted they were. Impacted in a way that, we don't realize sometimes when we meet someone that has such a positive impact in our lives, someone that gives us a word of hope. We don't always recognize until they're not there anymore, The beautiful thing is that both of my boys are leaning stronger and stronger into their faith. My daughter is nonstop rewatching so much of the video content that you can find on social media, and we've got to keep his legacy alive. He has done so much incredible work. So, finally, one last thing. As I began to know Charlie, you wouldn't think that an organization that works in schools and colleges would really match up with Amac, which is a 50-plus organization. But Charlie was different. He understood that the way to save the country was to build bridges. Like, he really got that. And he loved Amac, which is why he wanted to be here and zoom in and give a message. So I had the honor of getting to know him. I thank God for his life. I wept for his wife, Erica, for their 2 beautiful children. I'll continue to pray for them. She will need our prayers, and Turning Point USA will need our prayers, but I do believe that the best is yet to come. Thank you. Dr. Gina.
Yes, that was beautiful. I think that your experience is like most Americans. There are so many Americans I've heard from. I was on air. Eric Bolling's show was on precisely when Charlie died, and I had left the studio. We had Eric Trump in studio, and I'd been there late after the morning show that day, and I was on my way home when I got the news. And I turned around and went back to work just because I wanted to be, Charlie broadcast out of Rav. They distribute his show for him. And so I went back to Rav and just wanted to be with my colleagues. I didn't know that Rob was going to put me on air, but he did while we were waiting. And then we heard that he still had a pulse. Remember that moment we were hearing from our friends that were with him that he had a pulse. And so we were hopeful. We also know that God raises the dead. So that was my prayer at that moment. And then we went on Eric's show, and we were just waiting for the news, that he was going to recover or not. And then, of course, we got the tragic, horrible news that we didn't want live on air. And to have to react to, I've known Charlie. He's the same age as my daughter, my oldest daughter. And she started Tea Party Youth when he started Turning Point. And so I've known him since he was 18. And I've known Erica since they started dating. And, it's such a loss. But I think the reaction that you had is so many people have texted me, I never knew Charlie, but I bought my first Bible. I never knew Charlie, but I decided I'm going to become a little Charlie in my arena where God has given me territory to expand. So many people who didn't know him were so personally affected. The psychological and spiritual impact of Charlie's life is so profound for so many really interesting reasons when you really break it down. And I think that that's the most amazing thing about him is how he affected those who never met him. And how Erica is affecting so many who never knew him or her. And like so many have said, I'm not saying anything original here, but we're all Charlie now. We're all Charlie now. And he taught us what our marching orders are. We have them. We know it now. I'm one of these that had a fantasy that, with my 5 children who are all politically involved in one way or another, I was going to pass the torch and enjoy my life a little bit now, maybe at some point, maybe in 10 years. I think Charlie taught us that that's not a thing. That's not a thing. And so, onward Christian soldiers, I think is where we are, John.
Yeah, I agree. I knew him for more than a decade. I went to his first TPUSA. There were maybe about 100, 120 students in a hotel room. The last event I went, there were 18,000 people in the stadium. And it just marveled me how quickly he could galvanize and create a movement. And he knew exactly what he was doing. The last time I was with him was 2 weeks before I was his keynote, or one of the keynotes for his Colorado event. It was 2 weeks before he passed. And we got some private time. And as I said on stage before, during the public session, he said, this isn't just a fight for our nation, it's a fight for a Western civilization. In our private time, I said, Charlie, remember when I came to your first one, and I got, look at this. You have more donors here today at the event I'm speaking at than you had kids in your first event. And he was just such an amazing moment. And I said, what you've done is so profound. And he said, John, it's not that profound at all. I just realized that in order for people of my age to stand on campus and feel comfortable that they were conservative, they believed in law and order, they believed in God, they just needed a few people to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And I thought, what a humble but brilliant idea. And he has left an extraordinary legacy. Now, I left a great legacy in my marriage, because I can tell you this story. This is a fun story. He used to always introduce himself as my older, taller, better looking, and much smarter younger brother. So, and he proved it the first time he met my wife, because a couple of years ago, we were at an event, he met Judy, my wife, and I were together. And my wife said, well, how's marriage treating you? And he said, oh, I love it. It's the most great thing in my life. And every night I go home and ask my wife how I can be a better husband and a better father. And then the second that happened, my wife looked up at me. And of course, he has to ask, well, what's the secret to your marriage? And my wife looks up and said, well, I can tell you one thing. Starting tonight, he's going to ask how he can be a better husband and a better father. So he was always smarter than me. But my father used to say, the measure of a man is not just who he was, but the wake he left behind his boat. And you look at what happened in the moment since his death, the wake that has followed Charlie Kirk. He is more relevant and powerful. So I was in Connecticut, Blue, Connecticut, last weekend, having dinner. A woman heard my family talking about Charlie. She came up and said, I didn't know Charlie. I'm not even a conservative. I can't stop watching his videos since he died. That is an extraordinary wake. And I think he left us something very profound. We have to just carry it on.
Yeah, the moment, Dr. Gina, you were talking about that, I started getting text messages from a friend of mine, David Thompson, who does the camera work for us on the ice embeds. And what was crazy was the day before we had been talking about who could potentially, who's on the bench for president. And David and I had been talking about that. And, we talked about Vance and Junior and Eric and, a few other people down the road. And he brought up, he said, well, what about Charlie Kirk? I said, oh, yeah, someday, definitely. I think he will be, and so we're talking about that. And the next day he's gone. And I get the text from him saying, hey, I think he was shot. And then I see the video and it's like, and we're on the air. And immediately I called my wife. First I texted her to not scare the kids, but called her and told her how much I love her and how much I love the girls. Because so much of what we do is dangerous. We put ourselves in some dangerous places, and my biggest fear was actually what Charlie experienced, was leaving my wife and my girls behind to not be able to defend themselves as a husband and as a father. That's my biggest fear. That's not death so much as that. And so when you look at that, I look at Charlie's legacy, and there is, without a doubt, there is no one who did more to raise up the next generation of youth for a countless number of years than Charlie Kirk. And you talk about the wake. I think of it, I was thinking of analogies. To me, it's the ripples. And for most of us, when we die, that's a very important thing to the close people around us, our friends and our family. And you think about, we're pebbles in a pond, and we drop our rock and we have ripples out from our pebble. Charlie was an earthquake in the ocean. That to me is his legacy. His impact reaches around the world. And what that means for us, and you mentioned it, you've all mentioned it, was what do we do with that legacy? Because we're all only given a certain number of years. We're all going to die. And if you look at Charlie, what he would want, and he said it. In fact, he said it just days before he died. And in moments, actually, before he was answering the question about guns, he was proselytizing about his faith in Christ, and that being the most important thing. And now you see this revival happening across America and around the world. And that, to me, is the most important things. A couple things I want to say. As a husband and as a father, I look at what Charlie did, and I look at how he treated Erica, and that's my prayers. To husbands, honor your wives. God turned my life around. I was a crack addict for years, and God turned my life around, restored my marriage with my wife. But there's a verse in Peter, husbands, honor your wives, lest your prayers be hindered. And I would just encourage everybody, if you're a husband, honor your wife. If you're a wife, respect your husband. If you are a believer, get right with the Lord. If you're not, get right with the Lord. Everything starts with that foundation and builds up. And that's where we're at now. It's kind of going back to when we were talking on the panel. It starts locally. It starts with us. You can't have an impact in other people's lives, or even if you do, it won't matter if you're not right, first with the Lord, knowing where you're going and understanding that this life is finite, and then with your family. Those are the most important relationships you have. And so I encourage you that. And I challenge the church. I meant to say this in our last panel. There is a leftist communist church. It's really a godless social justice. It's not even a Christian church anymore that has been mobilized across America, part of destroying this country. The bigger problem I see is not those fake institutions that have bastardized the Word of God. It's the ones that actually preach the Word of God that are silent when it comes to issues, political issues, issues of culture. And my encouragement to all churches, to all Christians, to all believers, to all husbands, all wives, all parents, is we have a part to play in this culture. And if nothing else, Charlie's legacy is each one of us have a part to play.
That was so beautiful. Thank you all, to all of you for contributing and for honoring Charlie. I think we want to play this beautiful video here now for you.
I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness. There is no river that runs wide as your goodness.
Man, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and
it was like that.
You know, it was like this. It was like your average
First 3 rows.
It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots-on-the-ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you.
As you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida, throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about. Because you're not supposed to be involved in this. You're supposed to just kind of be on the vote for me every 4 years, give me more political power, and stay out of my business. And what has happened is we are seeing an explosion in citizen participation.
There is nothing
knock on that extra door, go that extra mile, talk to that extra friend. Because throughout voting month and culminating on the 5th of November, I believe it will go down as a day that people remember, as a day that is written about in history books, as the final battle, from the golden escalator on down, from defeating Hillary Clinton, from the nonsense of 2020, from Butler, Pennsylvania, November 5th, it all culminates, where we restore the promise that the founders gave us. And they said, hey, if the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much. Every day, the American people demand certain accomplishments and victories.
Disagreement is what keeps a movement alive, keeps a movement fun.
Here in this country, we are a country of flourishing. We're a country of risk-taking. We're a country of building. We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
All of my days, your mercy followed me.
Well, that was truly beautiful tribute. Thank you all for that. That was special. Next up on stage, we have our election integrity panel, moderated by Amac's very own Charles Stucklin. We'd like to invite you all up to the stage right now, please. Thank you.
Check. Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for still holding attention. I know it's late in the day, so we'll try to keep this super interesting and exciting. So at AMAC, we believe and fight for faith, family, and freedom every day. And often that freedom comes at the ballot box. It's decided at the ballot box. So today, right now, we're going to talk plainly about election integrity, what's broken, what's been fixed, and what you can actually do about it. I'm Charles Stucklin with AMAC, and I'm joined by 4 people who know this issue inside and out, from policy experts to legal minds to grassroots leaders and citizen activists. So I'll start in the middle here with John Sneed. John is the executive director of the Honest Elections Project and HEP Action, a national leader in election policy, formerly at the Heritage Foundation. Jason's work, I'm sorry, did I say John? Jason's work has shaped reforms across the country with one principle in mind: every legal vote counts and only legal votes count. I also have Lynn Taylor on the stage. Lynn is the co-founder and president of the Virginia Institute for Public Policy. Lynn has built a statewide citizen network, training Virginians to watch the process, know the law, and hold officials accountable. She's on the ground where the rules meet reality. Andy Mangione at the end is our senior vice president of AMAC Action, and Andy mobilizes our grassroots network to engage in calls to action and hold officials accountable. Phil Klein, right next to me here, is a former attorney general for Kansas and now the director of the Amistad Project. Phil has led litigation exposing private funding at election offices, ballot collection abuses, and government overreach. He knows where reforms stand and how to write laws that survive the courts. So did I miss anything on any of you on those introductions? I'll give you a moment if I did.
My wife and daughter are here. I just want to say hello. So,
how are you? So I want to start with Jason and get right into it. So Jason, after 2020, voters saw expanded mail-in voting, watered down ID checks, and private money inside election offices. What are two of the biggest shifts that damaged the trust of particularly the people in this room, and what's one reform that put us in the right direction?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to all of you for being here on a Saturday and for still being engaged on this election integrity issue, because, you know, we're all conservatives and we're all voters for various reasons. There are things that we are very passionate about, but if we don't get elections right, then none of that matters, because that's how we make decisions about the future of our country. So we always have to be engaged. And what we've seen in the decade before the 2020 election was that the left was very, very focused on changing the way that we vote, right? Rigging the rules of elections so that they can put a fat thumb on the scale in favor of themselves. And you asked for what are kind of two things that we saw in 2020 that damaged public confidence. And I think that there were really two trends. The first was the explosion of this push, which didn't begin in 2020, but this is where it really, you know, took off like a rocket ship. This push to get voting as far away from Election Day as possible and out of the polling place as far as possible. So that's why you saw the push, allegedly because of COVID, towards all-mail voting, towards getting as many people as possible to vote by mail, even encouraging people in states like Texas, where they don't have no-excuse mail voting, to just say that fear of COVID is a disability so that you could get a mail ballot. And that's why you saw so many states push recklessly forward with the creation of election season or election month, or here in Virginia, 6 weeks, 45 days of early voting, right? So that was one trend that you saw. And the other was the simultaneous leveling down of ballot security. So you saw attacks on voter ID laws. You saw attacks on vote harvesting bans, right? Ironically enough, the left was saying it's too dangerous to go to a polling place because you might contract the virus, but they didn't care at all if you got it, if you were a ballot harvester and you were going, you know, bed to bed in a nursing home, just systematically cleaning those places out. So we saw this leveling down of security, and those were two trends that really damaged public confidence, because if you change the rules of anything in the middle of it in order to affect the outcome, we call that cheating, right? I mean, if you change the rules of baseball in the seventh inning because the umpire doesn't like the team that's up, everybody in the stadium would agree that's cheating, and there's no way that you can't harm public confidence. So what we've seen after is this enormous burst of enthusiasm, particularly in conservative states, for cleaning up what went wrong in 2020 and then continuing to push the ball forward. And we've seen so many states adopt legislation like voter ID for every mail ballot, proof of citizenship, clean voter rolls, and so forth. And that's done a lot to restore public confidence, but this is a forever fight. And so that's why I'm really glad to be here and continue to talk about this with you all today.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Lynn, my next question would go over to you. So here in Virginia, you know, paper ballots, we have risk-limiting audits. On paper, that sounds great, right? But what are the weak spots when it comes to risk-limiting audits? Do people understand what these audits even are? And when it comes to paper ballots, what's the biggest, weakest spot in Virginia?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate being invited to this. This is absolutely wonderful that y'all are all out today on a Saturday. So risk-limiting audits sounds so good, and it's really not. I know that Andy and Jason are going to be talking about that a little bit later on. So let me get to the paper ballots. We've had paper ballots for 10 years. That's great, yeah? Paper ballots, we need to make sure that we understand the difference between paper ballots that are being tabulated by a machine and paper ballots that are being hand counted. And those are things that I know a number of us have been chatting about for quite a long time as to what's better. You have other states that actually are voting on a machine. They are not using paper ballots. So we at least are a little bit ahead of some of the other states. But let me explain to you exactly what happened in 2019, 2020, and 2021. It's exactly what Jason said. We suddenly, in Virginia, after, I don't know, a quarter of a century, had a blue trifecta. Oh, that doesn't sound good. And that, y'all remember, we're about to, I don't know, perhaps see another one come through. When it came through in 2020, they put through 60 election process laws that went into bills when they had complete power, including, and I'm going to tell you now it's really hard to see notes because there's these great lights here. But including some of the things that Jason was talking about, no, you don't have to have an ID in order to vote. I know that a lot of you go up to the poll and you automatically hand them your ID. That's because we used to have that. We don't anymore. They're not going to ask you for your driver's license. You're just handing it to them. We also have 45 days of early voting. In addition, we have a big push for mail-in ballots. And I think we're going to talk about a few of those things, coming up pretty soon. We also have same-day registration. And we have legal ballot harvesting. So how do you do all of those things and actually understand that there is fairness and honesty in our elections? A little bit hard to do that when they've already stacked the deck.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lynn. I believe, same-day voting, STA as they phrase it, was brought in as another great idea as part of getting off of Eric. But in the last election, 1 in 40 voters in Virginia actually participated in same-day voting. So it's something that needs to be looked at. Before we move on, I just want to get on Andy and Phil before we get on Virginia in particular and what we can fix. Andy, what are AMAC members' feedback if we want to start this conversation off on their biggest frustrations when it comes to election integrity?
AMAC members cherish their right to vote. They have told us that over and over again. They hold it as sacred. And I just wanted to thank everybody in this room, all the AMAC members in this room, for allowing me to represent you. It is a privilege to represent you in Washington and in states throughout the country. But the biggest frustration that AMAC members have, that we hear from them, is that they are concerned that their vote won't count. They want election administrators held accountable for the elections that they are running. They want to see results on the same night. They don't want it to take 2 weeks to have votes being tabulated. They realize how much that damages their faith in elections. They don't like voting schemes like ranked choice voting, where they're forced to vote for people they never would have even considered, and then see their vote thrown out because they filled out the ballot incorrectly. They're willing to work the polls, but they want a level playing field, and this goes to the accountability that I just mentioned.
Thank you, Andy. And getting back to Phil over here, when we're talking about the reforms both Jason and Lynn are mentioning, what's your experience in that fast tracking through the courts that you've seen over the years?
Well, let me generally say, and I think most of you will agree with me, that when Congress says they want to help, tell them to go home and don't help. Much of this has come about because of congressional reforms. Beginning soon after, how many of you remember Bush versus Gore? Do you remember the hanging chads and the dimpled chads and all of that? Well, it was difficult, but I think all of us came to an understanding that every ballot needs to be treated the same, and if it's dimpled, it needs to be considered the same everywhere in Florida as a vote or a non-vote, not in selective areas. We have an intuitive sense as Americans that we should treat ballots and persons equally and not disequally. Well, there were some who were very upset about George Bush's victory, including George Soros. And George Soros pledged his wealth and his efforts to get Bush out of the White House and to take America down. And he started forming organizations to radically reform American elections. And now we have a shadow government that really manages most of our elections. We have these machines that were incentivized by Congress. I traveled the nation. I talked to local election clerks, good people. They have no idea how the machines work. If there's a problem with the machine, they call the vendor. And they ask the vendor to fix the machine. The problem with that reform is it kicked you out of the counting room and brought billionaires in the counting room. Just by himself, Zuckerberg gave more money than the federal government set aside for the 2020 election. And he's the tip of the iceberg. We've tracked over $2 billion in 700 nonprofits that managed the 2020 election in the urban core to benefit Joe Biden against President Trump. And I'll give you one example in that regard. And Congress needs to repeal these things. That's and the District of Columbia is near Virginia, so I'll claim it as a Virginian reform. I'll just give you one example. President Trump against Hillary Clinton won 50-some-odd counties in Pennsylvania. In the 2020 election, the Democratic governor was shutting down in-person polling places, saying it wasn't safe because of COVID. And Zuckerberg poured money into Philadelphia and into Pittsburgh, into Democrat strongholds, such that in the Democrat stronghold of Delaware County, Pennsylvania, there was one drop box for every 4 square miles and ballot harvesters. In the counties that Trump won in 2016, less polling places and one drop box for every 1,157 square miles. The Democratic Party believes they should have affirmative action in elections, which means that government resources should turn out specific types of people with more resources, more effort to make sure they vote for the Democratic Party. It's still out there. It's still happening through the nonprofits.
Absolutely, absolutely. So getting into Virginia specifically, let's go back, Lynn, and talk about, so Virginia dropped the witness signature on mail ballots, right? And in place, they've put in the last 4 digits of the Social Security plus knowing the birth year. Now, our members' feedback has been that's a weaker route to go from the signatures. What is your organization's stance on that?
Actually, we think that it's stronger. I mean, when you have a witness signature, it could be Donald Duck or Mickey Mouse. Nobody knows the difference, nor do they care. What they went to, of course, was the last 4 of the Social Security and the birth year, which meant that when that absentee ballot came in, the name has to check against the last 4, has to check against the birth year. And if it doesn't, then it has to go out to be cured or to go to where the provisionals and the CAP people are looking at it. So we think that it's stronger. However, we did have some challenges with this. So, like for instance, the Fairfax County registrar decided in his infinite wisdom that they didn't have to look at those anymore, that they would just strip the envelope away, the ballot from the envelope, and away it went. So what Virginia Institute decided to do was to sue them, that this was not right, this was illegal. So we got to court. It got thrown out because Virginia Institute did not have standing. However, because we made such a ruckus about it, it meant that he went back to making sure, and his folks making sure, that there was the correct Social Security number and the birth date. And also, because we'd made such a ruckus about it, we found other registrars not doing the same thing that he was and just ignoring the law. This is what happens when people are out paying attention to what's being done in our electoral processes. And I know that we'll have a moment later, but in addition to Virginia Institute, I also chair the Virginia Fair Elections Coalition, which we started in 2021 because the election in 2020 kind of had a smell to it. And we wanted to make sure that all of our votes counted, that it was truly an honest election, and we were finding out that maybe we needed to be participating as citizens. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what we have a duty to do, is to participate in our electoral process.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I want to jump right into that. First, I would like to talk really quickly about those third-party ballot returns and the drop boxes, and then into the voter registration really quick. So I guess I could throw this to Phil and Jason. So third-party ballot boxes are allowed in Virginia with what they call voter consent, right? What are the scenarios that worry both of you the most when it comes to the ballot being returned? And what is the process for what we would call in the drop boxes, 2-person collection, chain of custody? What should citizens look out for when it comes to those ballot boxes?
Well, I'm always concerned when you allow for ballot harvesting. We also call it vote trafficking, because you're putting somebody who usually has a vested interest in the outcome of the election in a powerful position between the voter and having his or her voice actually heard, right? I mean, they're in your home, they're in your room in a nursing home, they are unsupervised, and, you know, if you vote the wrong way while they're helping you, you don't know if your ballot's going to wind up in a trash can. right? So there is a huge problem here when we are allowing ballot harvesting. And the coupling of legal vote harvesting with drop boxes is especially pernicious. And, you know, when I was first getting into this, I sort of scratched my head because I said, well, we all know that there are a lot of mailboxes, right? What's the difference if there's, you know, just this big blue mailbox versus a drop box? And the answer, if you can believe it, is that if you are an election worker going to a drop box and you unlock that thing and you open it and there's 150 ballots in there, that's a really good day, right? But if you go to a postal service box and suddenly, out of the blue, there's 150 ballots stuffed into this one box, that's a red flag, right? So when you're putting these drop boxes out there and they're not secured and they're not supervised and they're not even often, you know, on camera, right? That creates a really, really powerful opportunity to engage in this vote harvesting, which, of course, opens the door to coercing voters, intimidating voters, and so forth, right? So we've advocated for getting rid of the drop boxes, or short of that, actually securing them, right? Which means that they are locked overnight, they are only accessible during business hours, and they're staffed by somebody who is sitting there making sure that the laws are being followed and nobody's going to tamper with these boxes. Because if that doesn't happen, then you can have ballot harvesting, and one other thing that we saw in previous elections, you can also have somebody come in and light those things on fire. And that actually happened a couple of times in 2024. So these are huge vulnerabilities in our system.
Well, I would say amen to that. There is a true problem when it comes to absentee ballots. It's been recognized for decades, and it is the primary source of fraud that might occur in the election process. And Jason mentioned it, but you know, your local election clerk, when you show up on election day, they're trained and there are procedures to ensure that your ballot reflects your intent. And if there's a problem, you can raise that issue with them. That's not true with absentee ballots. And in Wisconsin, just as an example, in 2020, they decided to set aside the requirement in law. 2020 was the most lawless election in United States history, with governors in blue states using COVID emergency powers to set aside many of these protections unilaterally, and then funding through Zuckerberg an effort to collect ballots in nursing homes in the Democratic core. And we, in the Amistad Project, we have videos of some of these people voting. They don't know their name, and they voted. They set aside the law that required a Republican and a Democrat be present to gather the ballot, and they hired with Zuckerbucks what they called voter navigators, which were activists to go out there and harvest these ballots. Your ballot is sacred. It must reflect your intent, and they are eviscerating those protections.
So when it comes to mail-in ballots, people are getting these ballots based on the voter registration database. So I know Virginia in particular, you've left ERIC in 2023. For those unfamiliar, ERIC is the multi-state organization that's coupling DMV data with voter registration databases to keep them current, as they would say. But we've seen that not happen in particular. I want to ask you, Jason, before we move on, what's your feeling on Virginia's decision to remove themselves from ERIC, and how's the progress been thus far since then?
So I agree 100% with the decision to leave ERIC, and I agree with it for two reasons. One is that the organization was fundamentally flawed, and it was taken over and it was co-opted by folks on the left. This is a fairly common problem. What the idea was originally was that ERIC was going to essentially help advance this, kind of consensus approach that, blue states want everybody to be focused exclusively on voter registration, and red states want clean voter rolls, so we'll do both. Except the problem was that ERIC would come after red states and make them focus on voter registration. They would never go after the blue states, right? And a lot of the biggest blue states never joined in the first place. So I agree with getting out just because of who was running the program and how it was run. And, despite consistent efforts by Republican secretaries of state to get reforms, ERIC never wanted to reform itself to actually help states clean up voter rolls. The other reason I agree with it, and this is the one that you should be talking to legislators about and so forth, is that it's just not worth the money. So many states have left and so many of the big blue states never joined, you're not getting good data anymore. So now you're just wasting tax dollars if the effort, if there is going to be a change in power in a few months, is to rejoin. I would much rather continue the direction that we've seen Virginia go these last couple of years, reaching MOUs, memorandums of understanding, on a state-to-state basis so that you can just compare your voter rolls to other states' voter rolls. And I would encourage you all to continue to keep the pressure on maintaining those relationships and actually executing them so that you get good data and you clean up the voter rolls. And there's a lot of stuff that you need in this. There's a couple of other reforms that we've been advancing too. You need to make sure that you have, first of all, Virginia's voter roll openly accessible to the public, which right now it's not. They passed a law to forbid the publication of the voter file, right? So the complete opposite of transparency. You need access to cancellation records so that you know how many folks have been removed and for what reason. And you need some consistency in the way this data is reported, right? I've looked at a lot of county level data. I've got 2 professional auditors that created an audit program in Texas. And when you look at the county level data, one county reports, they removed somebody for ineligibility, and that means something completely different than another county, even just 1 mile over, when they list a voter removed for ineligibility. So Ohio actually passed something called the Data Act that brings some consistency so that folks like yourselves and organizations like ours, when we're looking at these records, actually know that, X means X, and it's much more transparent, and that helps to build confidence in the process.
Absolutely. At Amac, we're based out of New York. We do have offices in Florida and New Mexico as well. But just recently, very quietly, I would say, without any fanfare, New York has actually been added into the ERIC system. And a fun fact for everyone here is 13 of the states that are involved in ERIC give non-citizens full, legitimate-looking driver's licenses. And ERIC explicitly does not ask for citizenship status when they're obtaining the DMV records to add those people onto voter rolls. So it's kind of an interesting situation where they explicitly say, don't tell us if these people are citizens, but give us all your logs from the DMV so we know who to register to vote. It's a bad combination. So getting into that, I want to talk quickly about, we're in our 3rd of 4 parts. We're moving right along. Thank you all for your patience, by the way. But I want to jump right into proof of citizenship status. So this would be for Jason and Phil. What can states do right now without legislation when it comes to proof of citizenship, and what's moving forward in that regard in order to keep non-citizens from voting?
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a complicated area, and as Phil mentioned earlier, when Congress shows up to help, please tell them to, generally speaking, stop. Because what we have seen, actually, is that through a combination of federal law and bad legal precedent, states are not able to require proof of citizenship for every single voter who shows up at the polls. In fact, there's something called the Federal Voter Registration Form, and if you use it, states are not allowed to add proof of citizenship requirements to that form. And so, therefore, there's this massive loophole in your laws. But there are some things that states can do. First, you can require proof of citizenship for anybody who is registering to vote any other way than the federal form. Most people get registered at the DMV. So you can require proof of citizenship, as we now do with Real ID, to get a driver's license, and you can make sure that nobody who doesn't show proof of citizenship is offered the opportunity to register to vote. The second thing you can do is you can have your states go through, and Virginia should be doing this right now, in fact they are, you can go through your existing voter roll and you can run citizenship verification checks. And the Trump administration, credit to them for bringing federal databases, including the SAVE database, together and offering a free utility to states so that you can actually vet your existing voter rolls and new registrants against federal records to try to determine if somebody is actually an alien and not a citizen. The third thing that you can do is you can bifurcate your voter rolls. This is something that Arizona has done. This is something that Texas had a bill on. You can basically say, listen, we have to register you if you don't show us proof of citizenship. But that doesn't mean that we have to let you vote in state elections. That doesn't even mean that we have to let you vote in presidential elections. So what we've seen Arizona do is create a federal-only ballot. And if you are registered as a federal-only voter, you get to vote for Congress, and that's really about it. So that's another thing that you can do to help protect against the problem of non-citizen registration and voting, unless and until we get that Supreme Court precedent overturned or federal law changed.
Ditto to Jason. Let me add 3 quick things. First, you have to eliminate friendly litigation. Attorneys general sometimes will invite litigation, much of the negative litigation you're speaking of, by friendly nonprofits who will generate that litigation. The attorney general settles the litigation and harms the electoral process in doing so. So you have to eliminate that friendly litigation. You also have to expand standing. Georgia has done it, and organizations like yours need to be able to litigate these issues before a court. Those two quick things I would add.
Andy, how do AMAC members feel about non-citizens voting?
Well, thank you. That's a tremendous softball question, Charlie. Thank you very much. Well, they are very, very engaged, tremendously engaged. You have to understand, we're a member-driven organization. We were never set up to lobby on the federal level, on the state level, until the 2020 election. That's when AMAC members demanded that we get involved in free and fair elections and securing our elections. As far as proof of citizenship goes, over the last 2 years, AMAC members have reached out to their congressional representatives over 30,000 times. Thank you. That's worth an applause because the credit goes to our members and the glory goes to God in this situation. They pressured Congress to pass the the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or the SAVE Act, in the last Congress and in this Congress, and both times it passed the House. So thank you. And we will shepherd this bill through the Senate when they take it up. And so they are not shy with their voices. They're not discouraged to vote, but they want to make sure that our elections are secure, that they're free, that they're fair, and that only citizens can take advantage of this cherished right.
Thank you, Andy. Lynn, you train citizens to watch the process. Where in your mind do you see, from a local in Virginia, local municipalities, local districts, where do they stretch the rules a little too much?
Well, first of all, we need to understand that when we're talking about registrars, some of them are nefarious, like the guy who was in Fairfax County who decided that he got to make the rules. By the way, he's gone. And there are those registrars that are really just doing things out of ignorance. So the law is the law throughout the state, but the way that it is applied in Fairfax may be different from the way that it's applied in Augusta County. So what we did was we put together, as I mentioned before, the Virginia Fair Elections Coalition. Part of that are what we call local task forces. Now, these local task forces are like by the county, because then they can go to the county registrars. They keep up with what's going on. They're in their offices, and this is not just during election season, by the way. Welcome to Virginia's election season. 45 days of early voting. Nonetheless, they are in their offices all year round, talking to the registrars about, well, how do you deal with things like returned mail? Oh, yeah, that's right. There was one office that had stacks of boxes that were filled with returned mail. You know, those little yellow labels that come on mail when it's been returned to you? And they were in the closet. And so one of our folks at the local task force level asked the registrar, what are those and what do you do with them? Well, that's the return mail from when we sent out a postcard that says that that voter is no longer there, or that is not really an address, and we put it in the box. So they came back to the Virginia Fair Elections Coalition and said, is that what they're supposed to be doing? And we thought, like, no. So what needs to happen is they went back to the registrar and said, well, actually, the law says this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be taking that information and tagging it in the VERIS system, which is the Virginia's registration system, so that when that person shows up to vote, they have to prove who they are and where they live. And if that's not been put into the system, nobody knows to ask them.
What a novel concept, by the way.
I know.
So are they still registered?
Yeah, well, they are registered, and that's the reason why they got the mailing to begin with. So when we told the registrar, this was in Fairfax County, by the way, when we told the registrar, the problem was he just didn't know. He was doing whatever the last guy was doing, because let's remember the last guy was nefarious. Nonetheless, so he was just doing what he thought he was supposed to do. He dropped everything, and everybody in his office went through all of those return mail items and went through and put them into the VERIS system. Come to find out 2 months later, and this was before the election. So the point is that citizens were out there working on the processes, changing things and getting them fixed before we ever got to the election process. 2 months later, same thing happened in Richmond. but the boxes, instead of being in the closet, they were in the break room.
Well, yeah, obviously that's why getting people involved and filling these positions is so important. So we do have a few minutes left, and that's what I'd like to close with. And we'll go back right to you and start with you, Lynn.
Okay.
So in regards to that problem, what are three roles that citizens need to fill in regards to elections in the next election?
Well, in the election going on right now, you still can. We just started September 19th. We've got a long way to go till Election Day. We need poll watchers. We need election officials. We need people who are working in the absentee precincts. And I think we have up on the screen from Virginia Fair Elections, there's a QR code that you can scan, and that will get you right to where you can volunteer. Or you can just simply get information, if that's what you want to get, about what actions you can take today. So if for any reason this goes down and you can't get it, I have them on paper too, and happy to give them to you. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. And same-day voting also, correct me if I'm wrong, those that vote same day, which again has increased dramatically over the past couple of years, those are also considered provisional ballots and require more staff to take care of.
That's right. The people who have to be watching. And just one last thing on that. I know that everybody in this room really wants to vote on Election Day.
You know what?
We really need you to vote VIP 1. Vote in person on the very first day. And the reason for that is if somebody steals your vote and you get up there and they say, I'm sorry, you've already voted, they will let you vote, but it's a provisional ballot. You can prove who you are. So they'll let that provisional ballot go through, but the best that you can do is offset the stolen ballot. If you vote on the very first day because you can prove who you are, that means that when somebody else tries to vote you, they can't prove it, which means that your ballot is safe, your vote counted.
Thank you, Lynn. And I'll follow up right with you, Andy. How do you coordinate with Virginia Fair Elections, or what would you suggest from an AMAC action perspective?
Thank you, Charlie. I just wanted to underscore what Lynn said. We have found to a person AMAC members and conservatives in general like to vote in person. It is part of, it's a ceremony almost, but you know, we are very blessed to have very, very active members in Virginia, and very blessed to be working with Lynn and Jason. We're launching a poll worker recruitment drive to coincide Lynn's efforts among our members, and AMAC members in Virginia have a history of responding to these call to action campaigns to serve. If you recall, 4 years ago, hundreds of AMAC members served as poll workers, election observers during that gubernatorial election that resulted in Governor Youngkin's victory. This is in addition, you know, they are so active in this state, in the Commonwealth. We sent out a call to action last year, and AMAC members responded and pressured Governor Youngkin into vetoing 16 out of 17 bad election integrity legislative actions. We are so blessed. Thank you, AMAC Virginia members. We need you again.
Thank you, Andy. Yes. So for Jason, in our closing here, can you give us, and I know this probably is quite difficult, but can you give us one policy change in the next 12 months that would help restore confidence in the elections for Virginia voters?
When we did a panel prep call, I joked when we came to this question that I'd probably cheat, ironically enough, and give two, not just one. The first thing that I would do if I could wave a magic wand, if I was king for a day, I would get rid of all mail voting unless you are over 65 or you're overseas or you're disabled, right? But we can't do that, so I'll offer you a more pragmatic reform. Let's get rid of 45 days of early voting and go to 2 weeks, right? Yeah. Let's shorten that window. We've actually done polling on this that shows that 80% of the country thinks that 2 weeks is more than enough time to run an election, and it is, right? But here's the kicker, right? Here's the kicker. If you offer 2 weeks of early voting, including weekend time, 66% of the country is okay with getting rid of no excuse absentee voting. So this is why that's a smart strategic spot for the movement to be triangulating towards, because it moves the ball, it gets us away from election season, back closer to election day, and it lines up with what a majority of folks are already thinking makes total sense. And that's something that we see all the time in this space, right? What is considered to be controversial by the left is actually just common sense, and it turns out that's a conservative election integrity agenda. And then the second thing I would say is, let's get the SAVE Act done. I know we were just bashing on Congress, but Congress has a real opportunity to fix the mess it made all those years ago and actually require proof of citizenship in every state in order to vote in federal elections.
Hear, hear.
So, Phil, we'll close up here with you. Similar question. If you could put one statute on the governor's desk tomorrow, what would that be, and how could it survive the court?
I'm going to cheat. I'll be real quick. And all of what they said. And I would also add that nonprofits engaged in core government activities must be subject to FOIA and open records requests. Some of the courts have done that, but if we could do it legislatively, it would extraordinarily help, and it would reveal, or at least make them run away, it would reveal what they're doing in elections. The other thing I'd add, and Virginia requires that the election officials accept the party nominees for workers and so forth, but there's not a system set up, and they will often say, we haven't got enough conservatives, so we're going to go out and hire people, or we're going to go out and get other people. And that dilutes bipartisanship in the polling place, which is the key to transparency. You need both sides who have a vested interest in the outcome in that room. And so we have to set up that procedure and make sure that both parties are represented in the counting room, so America's in the counting room and the billionaires are kicked out.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll have a few more participants and not just spectators after this talk and moving into the next election. So thank you all so much for your time. And at AMAC, obviously, we strongly believe in election integrity. So we thank you all for being here today and listening to us. So thank you so much.
Okay, that was a very informative panel. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, everyone that was on that panel. It was very good. All right, next up, we have, you've seen him here a few times today, so we have Phil Klein. He's going to come on up for about 15 minutes to talk to you all, and then we're going to have Rebecca and John Solomon come back up, close the show, and really thank you all for being here so much today. It's great. Thank you. Phil, will you come on up?
48 miles to the southeast of where we are today lie the originals of our nation's founding documents. Our Declaration of Independence, articulating a self-evident truth that all persons are created equal. Our Constitution, containing our Bill of Rights, applying that self-evident truth in a design limiting the role and scope of governmental power to preserving and protecting those inherent rights of the individual and not owning or controlling those rights. These documents, radical in 1776 with the posting of the Declaration of Independence, and radical in 1789 with the ratification of our Constitution and the Bill of Rights, remain radical today. Today, they form the core expression of American exceptionalism, an eloquent expression of our belief that the great genius of our nation does not reside in the halls of power, does not reside in the halls of Congress, but rather is at our kitchen tables, in our places of worship, in our families. It is in families and individuals pursuing their hope and their future with their design and their dreams. Documents that sing the value of a man and the value of a woman is intrinsic, woven into their very fabric at the moment of their creation by Almighty God. For this God in whom we place our trust is a God whose love compels him to leave the 99 to find the one. In God's economy, the individual is not the means. The individual is always the objective. And this great nation, this radical experiment called America, may abide in this truth or reject it. But our rejection comes at great cost. Our founding fathers, though profound and courageous, faltered and danced with evil as they penned our founding documents, wrestling with the ghosts of political challenges, rather than placing full faiths in the truth they had inscribed on parchment. They invited slavery into our national heritage, a compromise that adopted a lie that human beings can be commodified, sold, traded, manipulated as a utility. Flawed men who were gifted a divine truth. This compromise covered our nation with shame that was only lessened, not completely overcome, by the payment of a moral debt in rivers of blood in a civil war. Such is always the cost when those in power decide to use that power to reject the intrinsic value of another and instead measure that value based on a person's utility. This is the price that is paid when we seek to cancel our fellow human being, deny their identity as a child of God, and chase our own idols, elevating those idols above the commands of God. Commands to love our enemies and to be a neighbor, rather than seeking to diminish God's demand by asking, who is my neighbor? The world of politics and objective strategies and social media myopias screams, this is weakness, this is capitulation, this is giving up the fight. We must condemn, we must judge, we must seek to destroy the opposition. And political consultants have learned the power of manipulating false hopes, seeking outrage at opponents and false hope in their candidates. Today, our political campaigns are designed to create fear and false hope. Candidates shout, I am your savior, and my opponent is your demon, and both are lies. Our political discourse is blame casting and credit taking, words without vision, the kingdom of the air. And in that atmosphere, we inherit the whirlwind of anger and hate and despair and of violence. Because the United States worships at the altar of government, not at the foot of the cross, we contend with evil rather than bowing at the foot of the cross where truth resides in the same flesh as grace, and where the ground is level and a radical love bleeds and where we find peace. How can we deny the power of this good news when we see it transform lives and we see it renew cultures? How can we deny the power of this living faith when we hear the words of Erica Kirk echoing the words of Christ on the cross? Pater ofiami o oido. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And Erica saying, my husband Charlie wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. And Erica then pivoting toward the cross, standing aside her husband in eternity, saying, that man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because of what Christ did. And it's what Charlie would do. The answer to hate, she said, is not hate. The answer, and we know it from the gospel, is love. Always love, she said. How can we deny this power? We deny this when we worship at the altar of government, not at the foot of the cross. This does not mean don't engage. No, in fact, it is all the more reason to engage. Your community needs the good news. Your nation needs the truth, always affording grace to the individual, but also condemning those things which lead to death. Let us here proclaim that Marxism is a deadly and ghastly philosophy that diminishes the individual, elevates the state as God, and crushes lives and families under the treads of its tanks. Let us here proclaim that we are a nation of laws, laws with a moral foundation, that you shall not rape, you shall not murder, you shall not batter, you shall not harm, and that these laws must be enforced by those who are gifted the authority to enforce them. Let us here proclaim that we have faith in the American dream, that individuals and families have the right to pursue their hopes and their dreams without excessive government burdens or outright denials. Let us proclaim here that children are a precious gift of God and that parents are to be protected in their rearing of children, that we recognize that parents can love when government cannot love, and that children are not the wards of the state to be shaped as the state deems fit. And let us proclaim here that all Americans in all stations of life, whether in the womb or a hospice care facility, have intrinsic value, and that this nation, with all of its might and all of its power, has room at the table for the unborn child and the person who is facing severe and possibly deadly illness. All of these proclamations recognize and honor the intrinsic value of the individual. They show us that America is not a pure democracy, for pure democracy is merely a utilitarian calculus. It's two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner, and the sheep will always get eaten. No, America is much more than a mere showing of hands. It is the gospel reflected in government design as best as humankind can do so. When honored, it builds community where people learn from their mistakes and are not canceled for their mistakes. It invites a community where we celebrate one another's victories together and we mourn each other's losses together. A nation where its people have the moral courage to stand for the freedom of those with whom they disagree, knowing that when that moral courage is lost, all of our freedoms will soon be lost as well. It is an America where the sleeping church is awakened and mighty in its humility, not raising culture as an idol, but engaging culture with the gospel by teaching the radical middle way of forgiveness and repentance and reconciliation, concepts that the church has allowed the world to redefine, stealing from the church the lifeblood of the gospel. This truth is not abstract. It plays out in the shattered lives by those who deny it. Just over 1,100 miles to the west of where the National Archives is located, in the vast plains of Middle America, a young sheriff's deputy hesitatingly approached the charred and smoldering remains of a trailer home. He would soon discover the horror that visited that home. Just weeks before, there were no outward signs of challenge in the home in which a young mother, her 12-year-old daughter, and the mother's boyfriend resided. But lurking within the shadows of the heart of the mother's boyfriend was the whisper of evil. A whisper that grew to a shout, and within the shout came a decision of his heart that the others in the house did not have intrinsic value, that their value was defined by him, that because he could define their value, he could define their identity. He could define the limits of their rights, for they were there to please him in his mind. That was their purpose. And when he took the 12-year-old girl into a bedroom when the mother was not at home, he decided to deny her her right to say no to his sexual advances. And that afterward, he told her if she spoke of the encounter, worse things would happen. And he stole her personhood. Months later, the mother had her doubts. There were some clues, enough clues, that she sought a pregnancy test for her 13-year-old daughter, suspecting the boyfriend and his abuse, and that the boyfriend was the father. She went to Planned Parenthood. The Planned Parenthood test came back positive. The now 13-year-old was pregnant, but Planned Parenthood did not call anybody. They didn't call law enforcement. They didn't let anybody else know as required by law within the state where this test occurred. In fact, they spoke to no one about the fact that they knew a 13-year-old girl was impregnated when she was 12. I learned these truths from an employee who worked there at the time. And I'd like for you to see a brief segment of my interview with her.
Now, let me ask you this as you go through the story. She was 13 when she came to you.
She was 13.
And she was around 6 months pregnant.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you know if it's possible she was 12 when the sex act occurred?
You know, without having any, because there was no information documented on this, I mean, it's a possibility.
There was no documentation made by the employees at Planned Parenthood?
Not anything about abuse or any information collected or anything, so.
Did they report that situation?
It was not reported.
Do you think something might have happened differently if it had been?
You know, it weighed heavy on my heart. That was another time of closing my door, only this time I laid my head on my desk and I boo-hooed like a crazy person because, I mean, I will never know if we would have contacted the police, if we would have, asked them, do you feel safe? Are you being threatened? If you don't ask, you're not gonna know. We could have provided all sorts of help for these people. Other than them to just leave our clinic and go back into whatever they went into, which was, I guess, the end of their lives. But it was awful to me that we didn't ask.
Now, you know that a 13-year-old who's pregnant is a victim of statutory rape.
She was a victim of rape, yes.
And you were told that Planned Parenthood does not report statutory rape.
We were told we don't report breaking the law. We don't report statutory rape.
You don't report adults and children having sex if the parent consents.
And there's no signs of abuse.
That's what you were told.
Right.
The mother, a day or two after visiting Planned Parenthood, decided to confront her boyfriend when he arrived home. One October day when the air was crisp and clear, he tied up the mother. He kidnapped the young girl. He set the trailer on fire, burning his girlfriend to death. And he took the 13-year-old out into the woods and murdered her and her unborn child. 3 voices silenced because a man viewed others as objects, as utilities and commodities to his satisfaction. 3 voices silenced because an institution viewed those very same people as tallies and or profit. At about this time, I approached somebody who had power to do something within that state, a sitting governor who within his offices had documents that could prove what happened. Prosecutors were ready to move if the governor would act to help in pursuing justice, but wrestling the ghosts of political future. He denied all requests and cowered to Planned Parenthood and did nothing. If you visit the National Archives, you will learn that our founding documents are kept in a vault. They are so brittle and fragile that if you picked them up and held them in your hands, they would crumble before you. So perilous, they cannot stop a bullet. They cannot stop a gun. They cannot stop the indifference of government who does not care about your personal situation or your exploitation or your denial of justice. In fact, the only power that's within those documents is if the words reflected in those documents resonate in the heart of a people. So let us here proclaim that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all persons endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and to secure these rights, governments are instituted among persons, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So help me God. Thank you. Now let's welcome up our AMAC team. All right.
Next up is our AMAC Action Panel. That's our advocacy wing, and they do fantastic work. You guys are going to love this panel.
Can you see that? Okay, thank you all so much. Wow, that was a really powerful, powerful reminder of how important it is that we remember, we go back and read the Constitution, we read our Declaration of Independence, and then we continue to fight. I know everybody here is probably a little bit tired. We're going to be brief, but this is a very important time. I'm joined here with Jennifer Bankston. She is Vice President of the AMAC Action. She runs the operations of the AMAC Action. So just a joy to be with you here, Jennifer. Jennifer has been behind the scenes working with so many AMAC member volunteers. So what we're going to do here is we're going to show you, we're going to tell you, if you're not familiar, how you can get involved. Now, there are many ways to get involved with AMAC. Jen's going to break it down. But there's a way for everyone to get involved, even if you, let's say, don't have the time. There are ways to get involved. I'll share that with you. If you don't have the mobility, you can get involved still from the privacy of your own home. And for those of you that really want to play a bigger role, we have different levels of engagement that you can participate in. So things are growing at AMAC Action, and it's really the heart of what we do. So Jennifer's going to take us through this incredible PowerPoint here. Jen, I'm going to turn it to you, and we're going to start off with sort of, we take our marching orders from our members, and our members really guide us and tell us what it is that they want us to do. We want to make sure that every one of your voices is heard in Congress, on the local level, and the state level, and that's how we've come up with some of these great ideas. I see that my team has put up the another. I was going to do this at the end, but I think now is a better time. The 2050 movement is another way that when you go home, when you're talking to your family, friends, younger people, tell them about the 2050 movement. I mentioned earlier, Charlie Kirk believed in building bridges. He was all about how do we align the older with the younger. And so the 2050 movement was really inspired by our relationship with Turning Point USA. There is a QR code on this slide that you can take a picture of it. You can share it with your friends and family, but it allows everyone, regardless of whether or not you're an AMAC member, to get involved in our calls to action. So more about the 2050 movement. You'll be getting that too if you're signed up for our alerts and emails. All right, so we'll jump right into the AMAC Action PowerPoint. There's the QR code, folks. If you want to be part of that 2050 movement, you can go ahead and scan that QR code. Or, I'm sorry, take a picture. We don't have scanners. Take a picture, scan it with your camera. I guess that's the right language. Yeah. All right, good. All right, Jennifer, over to you.
Okay. So first of all, I just want to say it is a really unique privilege to do what I do. You know, I think all of us in this room have watched the television and get very, very frustrated with things that you're seeing. I have the unique opportunity to push back against that stuff, so take that frustration and make it mean something and do something about it. So thank you, Rebecca, for entrusting that role in me. You know, and I don't think we have our PowerPoint up. Is that coming? Okay. So, you know, today we are really in a battle of ideas, right? All the panels we've listened to today, there's a lot of scary stuff out there. There's a lot of things we need to fight against. We're fighting for American values. We're fighting to save our nation. We've heard a lot of really scary stuff today, but we do need to be joyful warriors, right? So I'm going to show you how you can really make a difference. As Rebecca said, whether you want to do something from the comfort of your own living room or you want to get involved at a deeper level, I'm going to show you what you can do. So the family has always been the bedrock of our world, of American values, and we have to preserve that. We've got to protect that. We've got to protect ourselves, protect our children against all the divisive language, all of the concerns about, you know, the transgender issues, CRT, all those things that our parents are facing. We need to push back against that. We need to protect our children. You know, so civil society needs law and order, just the fact of life. Civil society needs law and order, and we need to have confidence in our elections. And America is only strong when we are secure, and our security depends on fiscal security, fiscal responsibility, as well as, you know, stopping this crushing national debt. But the main thing I want to share with you today is why there's so much power in citizen advocacy. And if you wanted to chime in here, or
Yeah, well, I mean, Jennifer, I think that's you've listed the 5 or 6 major issues that we're focused on, and a lot of that comes from all of you. You should go to amac.us and check out on the menu button our polls, because we're polling members to find out what are the issues that are important to you, and we want to hear from you. Email us at info@amacaction.org. Your fight becomes our fight, and we want to make sure that we give you the tools and resources to do so, and it's making a difference.
Absolutely. And I can say, you know, people often say, well, I'm only one person, I only have one vote. You know, sometimes I don't think my vote matters, but it does. Citizen advocacy is the most powerful form of advocacy. And let me tell you why. And Andy can attest to this, spent a lot of time on the Hill in Congress, but it's the voter that really matters. So, you know, your elected officials are held accountable by you. You're the voter. You're the one that chooses if they stay in office or if they have to go. Reaching out to your member of Congress or your elected officials in any way, in any form, is wonderful. So whether you call them, you send a letter to your congressman, you attend town halls and ask questions, you hold them accountable. Constituents are the voters, and they determine who is going to be in office or not. The other thing is it builds relationships. So when you can build a relationship with your member of Congress, you now have a voice. You can become a trusted resource for that member of Congress. And don't count yourself short. They listen. They are influenced by voters. And if you can have a large number of people voting or pressuring a member of Congress in the same issue in the same way, they're listening. And the thing is, you can also get involved very early. So it's not just when a bill is out and take a position for or against a piece of legislation. If you can develop that relationship early, you can help decide how things are written, how they are amended, and you have a voice in the very early hours of legislation.
And this is what's so interesting. So let me just break it down a little further. What Jennifer's developed with her team is a toolkit that teaches you how to develop those relationships. What Jennifer's also doing is inviting our member delegates and advocates on weekly virtual webinars to learn about the issues, but also that you place a platform where you can share with us an issue that's happening in your local community so that AMAC can mobilize our members and act. Andy Mangione is lobbying on your behalf. He is very busy. He is in Washington every month, and he speaks on your behalf. I see his handouts when he's meeting with members of Congress. He's bringing the issues directly to their office. So if you're in a particular state and you have an issue, Andy wants to know about it. We want to know about it. We need to work together, and we welcome it. When you are dealing with AMAC members and you're helping AMAC members, you're teaching them to do all of the things that you're essentially breaking down here. And we've got our beautiful slides up now.
I don't think that's the correct PowerPoint, but that's okay.
That's okay.
We're good. So the other thing that carries weight are personal stories. So your personal stories are very impactful because they really give the human impact of policies, and they create an emotional connection to the policies. So sharing your stories is very, very important. Policymakers also gauge the impact of issues based on the numbers. So, like I said before, sending a single letter to your member of Congress is very, very important. But if we can send dozens, hundreds, thousands of messages to a member of Congress or to a U.S. senator or to a committee in the House, those are impactful, and it's strength in numbers.
And it's working.
It is working. And of course, the collective advocacy, you know, we talked about Turning Point, and, you know, when issues are resonating with folks in multiple demographics, the younger generation of Turning Point, our generations that are over 50-ish, it is even more, it resonates even more with members of Congress when there's voices from multiple demographics.
It's really terrific. What are some of the major issues and campaigns that we're focused on that you're hearing from membership?
Well, we are actually involved in quite a few things. So let me get to, so we kind of jumped ahead a little bit. That's okay. So we are involved in a lot of issues. You heard a lot of panels today. Election integrity, a huge, huge issue. Parental rights is something that's very important to me. I know, Rebecca, you're a mom and a grandmother. I'm a mom and a grandmother. It's crazy that I'm a grandmother. I feel like a grandmother. But parental rights. Who would have thought that people in this room would be so upset and so empowered by what's happening with the parental rights issue because your grandparents, you're seeing your grandchildren go through some of this stuff in public schools. Immigration, also, we had a great panel today. Healthcare is another space that we're very involved in, making sure there is security. There is, we're going to have a QR code too, if we can find that slide. Healthcare, you know, folks are on fixed incomes, you know, especially those that are on Social Security. Healthcare has gotten crazy expensive, the cost of drugs. There's no transparency in healthcare. Wouldn't you like to be able to shop your healthcare and shop where you're going to get your knee surgery done? Social Security, of course, fiscal responsibility. Social Security, we have a great plan called the Social Security Guarantee Act. I encourage you to go to amac.us and read all about it. Social Security is something that is going to be a real challenge very soon if we don't do something to save it. And we have a very comprehensive plan that Dan Weber, our founder, had originally put together. So please check that out. The life issue, also very important, as folks here today have tested to. Veterans, a very large percentage of our membership are veterans, or they have immediate family members that are veterans. So that is a very important demographic to us as well. Our foundation, Amac Foundation, you can go to their website, amacfoundation.org. It's amacfoundation.org. They have wonderful resources for veterans.
Jennifer, if you could sort of break down what a call to action looks like. So, these are the issues, some of the issues that we're focused on. But then what do we do, you might be wondering? How do we mobilize? How do we actually make permanent change or oppose legislation that we think is dangerous or bad policy?
Absolutely. This is one of the things that Andy is super expert at, Andy Mangione. So we identify an issue that's of critical importance to our membership, and whether it's on election integrity or parental rights. And then we determine, especially if there's a piece of legislation that's out there, whether we want to take a position for it or against the bad stuff. And we create a target where our members can participate virtually and send a message through our system directly to their member of Congress or their senators. Our system knows when you fill in our form, it knows where you live, it knows what congressional district you're in, it knows what state you live in. So it will send your message directly to your senators, to your congressmen. We can do this through to governors, state and federal elected officials. And they're incredibly effective. We have one happening right now through the EAC that there's an opportunity to kind of bypass having to impact the SAVE Act impact. The EAC, I don't know if you had a chance to talk a little bit about this during your panel, but they can make rules, regulations essentially that require only citizens vote. And there is a call to action right now where we're sending comments to the EAC website, and I think we're at about 8,000 comments so far, telling them to pass this rule. So there's other ways outside of legislation that we can be impactful as well. And it's AMAC members that have sent those 8,000 messages. And essentially, that's what we do. And we send those messages directly to whomever we're targeting, and they get many, many thousands of messages, and it turns their heads.
So when you become an AMAC member, you're offered an opportunity to participate in the calls to action. Just by a show of hands, how many people here have received an email from us that said, stand with us, fill out this call to action? Okay, so a number of you are raising your hand, but more are not. So what I really want to encourage you to do is go to amac.us and sign up for our daily newsletter. Sign up to become an advocate. It's so simple. I'll give you an even easier way to do it so you know it's done. If you go to amacaction.org, very simple, amacaction.org, we're going to give you 3 choices. You can become an advocate. Do that. Everyone here should be an advocate. Everyone here, there's no reason that you wouldn't want to be an advocate, because what you're going to do is you're going to become informed, you're going to learn what we're working on, and then we're going to give you a platform online. So this is all done online. You can do it right from the comfort of your home or even your cell phone. Sign up to become an advocate. You'll also get invitations to our webinars. We'll invite you to participate, to listen in, and there's no requirement. You don't need any experience to be an advocate. You just sign up, go to amacaction.org, and become an advocate. But Jennifer, can you talk a little bit about what becoming an ambassador looks like? And then, of course, our amazing AMAC member delegates. Or do we have any AMAC member delegates here in the audience?
We do. I would love for them to stand up, the AMAC delegates, AMAC Action delegates.
All right, there we go. We've got 2 of them here. 3, very good. 4, all right. Well, we've got 4 delegates here, and yes, if I could clap, I would. Thank you, because what you're doing is having an incredible, incredible impact. Jennifer, talk a little bit about both ambassadorship and a delegate role.
Absolutely. So an AMAC advocate, you're lending your voice to our cause. You're participating in our calls to action because those numbers are really, really important. The ambassador is kind of taking it to the next level. Not only are they lending their voices, they're sharing this information with other people, with like-minded friends, neighbors. Take it to your church. You can share these calls to action with other folks. We invite you to share our social media posts on your own social media and really spread the word of freedom out there with your network. You don't have to be an AMAC member to participate in these calls to action, but the stronger our voice, the more we can grow our 2 million members, the stronger our voice, the more the elected officials listen to us. Now the delegate is really the next level. Our delegates are on the front line. So they are actually meeting with members of Congress in their district. They are developing those relationships with their member of Congress. They are becoming a resource for their member of Congress or their senators or state legislators. It's very, very important to build that relationship, to be a resource and help them develop the right legislation. And then, of course, the delegates also are they help us plan all of our different events. We have meet and greet events with elected officials. We hold candidate forums, and that's going to be very busy next year during the midterms. And then we hold chapter meetings around the country. And incidentally, I think we're up to 27 state chapters that have officially launched. I had a little map, but I can tell you that Alabama just launched, and South Carolina is going to be launching very, very soon, and Utah is launching.
That's great.
So we're super excited about that, and that is really a forum for AMAC members to get together, to talk about the issues and learn, educate yourself. I think Dr. Gina said earlier today, you have to be armed with the facts. If you have the facts, then nobody can pull the wool over your eyes.
It's really terrific. So currently we have 375,000 AMAC members that have joined as an AMAC advocate. Our goal is to get that number to 2 million, and our goal is to get to 2 million by the November midterms. We've got, we just rolled out the ambassador program. We have a short-term goal of getting to 5,000 ambassadors. And on the delegate side, we will be in all 50 states by not this November, but by the following. Now, all of these things are going to really have a major impact. I will tell you that when we go to D.C., when we meet with members of Congress, they listen. 5 years ago, we would speak with the aides, the congressional aides. We rarely got to sit down with the congressman or senator. Today, that has completely changed. They clear their calendar. They invite us in. And that's because of you. It's because of all of you.
Absolutely.
And the 2 million AMAC members that have joined, that are with AMAC. So I really want to thank them for that.
Well, and the other thing, too, is they call us now. They need, a focus group. They want to see how AMAC members feel about a certain issue, and they call us for insight. They want us to support their legislation. They want us to gain sponsorship for a bill. And so that's been really, really impactful as well.
And we had an AMAC member. We actually got a call. Share the story about a lovely member that testified.
Oh, yes. So we were asked to testify. I believe it was in Las Vegas, Nevada. And it was, I can't remember exactly the topic. The One Big Beautiful Bill. Thank you very much, Andy. And that brings me to another thing I want to mention. So the One Big Beautiful Bill, they were looking for support for the One Big Beautiful Bill. So we reached out to our AMAC members in the state of Nevada for a field hearing in Las Vegas. We found somebody wonderful. Her name was Nancy Overman. Thank you, Andy. In the city of Las Vegas, she did an amazing testimonial about how this One Big Beautiful Bill was going to affect her positively, personally. And we've got some videos. I believe it's on our website, amac.us, if you want to check it out. Check out the video. But these are the kind of things now that we are being requested to do. They need the understanding of how AMAC members, conservative, 50-plus Americans feel about legislation, so it will guide them in writing this legislation. So very impactful.
You'll see her article in the next issue of the AMAC magazine. How many people here are getting the magazine? Wow, everybody, good. Look at that article. It's in the magazine. Another thing that was beautiful, 2 weeks before we lost Charlie Kirk, he submitted an article for publication in the magazine. So that's in the most recent magazine. It's an article that he wrote. He wanted to speak to members, so he was our guest columnist in the last issue of the magazine. One other note I just want to make is AMAC will be holding its national conference when we celebrate America's 250th birthday. We're going to invite you all to come to our webinar. We're going to be holding a virtual webinar. We are going to do so much in person in 2026. We'll be traveling across many, many states, and we're going to be inviting you all to join us on the AMAC celebration of America's 250th birthday. The AMAC National Conference will be on a cruise to Alaska. It's a 6-day cruise. You'll see the ad for that cruise in the AMAC magazine. So we invite you all. You'll have amazing guests. You'll have an evening optional to join and hear from some inspirational speakers. So we're very excited about 2026. We hope that you'll join us. We expect to have 500 or 600 AMAC members in attendance at that event. So you're all invited there too.
And I just wanted to mention one more thing. We encourage you, please, if you're interested in getting involved in any way, shape, or form, we need you. We need your voices. Go to amacaction.org, and those 3 options that we mentioned, there's a little form you fill out, and then we'll get back in touch with you and plug you in. And I just wanted to mention one more. I'm sorry. The One Big Beautiful Bill was a big deal. We also had the really great privilege of being invited by the White House with some of our delegates to the East Room of the White House, and letting our members speak for themselves. They were looking for stories. They invited some people, some of our delegates, to have that privilege while Donald Trump himself was speaking at the podium in the East Room of the White House, promoting the One Big Beautiful Bill. And 2 of the delegates that were invited are here with us. Can you stand up, Teresa? And thank you. They were actually with us in the White House. What a great opportunity. So you just never know when those kind of things happen. You get a call from the White House that says, the President Trump would like to have you in the East Room. You just say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and you plan and go. So, but those things happen as well. So it's just a really great privilege to have a great relationship with this White House and this Senate and this House of Representatives. But your voices are so important to the mission.
And I do apologize. We had some technical difficulties, but here's the good thing about that. We're going to email each and every one of you. We have your email. You registered for this event. We're going to email you the PowerPoint presentation. We encourage you to share it, read it. You'll find it filled with lots of really good information. You'll learn more about how you can play a more active role with AMAC Action. And Jen, any parting words before we wrap?
Just turn your passion into action. If you get frustrated watching the boob tube like I do, please turn that passion into action, turn that frustration and do something. We are giving you the vehicle. We train you. We hold your hand. We do everything to support you, but your voice is what matters. And I invite you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we are going to sort of wrap this day up. I had a great time. I thought that the panel was absolutely incredible. What did you guys all think? I thought so too. Before I mention a few things, John, take us, wrap us up here. We got what a great day.
I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank everybody who's an AMAC member. I'm a proud card-carrying member of AMAC. I say that every day on my podcast. I love it. We talked a lot about the stakes. We talked a lot about the challenges. I want to talk just for a second about some of the successes. I'm going to do it in statistics because that's the only way I know to do it. I'm going to give you a number. 1, the number of former FBI directors we now have indicted. How about that? We got one, finally. The truth finally paid off. How about that? 150,000. This is an amazing number. 150,000 people have applied in the last 2 months to be ICE agents. By the way, the largest number of people to ever apply for the ICE job occurred the day after the shooting in Dallas. What does that tell you? You leftists can't stop good Americans. That's what it tells you. 1 million. This is an amazing, the number just came out for the first time. 1 million. For the first time in American history, 1 million children go to a private school as a result of school choice. Never hit that number before in American history. 2 million. That's the number of Americans that actually the number of illegal aliens who've exited America in the last 6 months alone. 1.5 million voluntarily, because it's a lot better than going to an ICE detention center, and about 500,000 that have been forcibly removed. Now, in Washington, D.C., there's a number that matters. It's a small number, especially when you think about the budget, but 400, that's the number of drug kingpins, top-level gang members and terrorists that have been caught in the last 30 days since President Trump put the National Guard out there. By the way, it's going to happen in Portland. It's going to happen. It is happening in Memphis right now. I give you these numbers because things are happening. We are changing. We are fixing this country. Now, every one of us here has got to be a solution for that. That was the point I wanted to make in my speech this morning. Every one of us, everyone will say, well, I'm just one person, right? Just one person. Well, I knew one person. His name was Charlie Kirk. And in his death, just in his death in the last 2 weeks, 62,000 schools, high schools, elementary schools, college campuses, cities and communities have asked to join TPUSA just in the last 2 months. That's one guy's legacy. Imagine what we can do in this room today. So when you leave here tonight, please be inspired. Take all the wisdom you got on stage today, but go out and make a difference. There was a mom on the panel who said something profound. This is on us. This is on us. This generation of America and its future is on us. Sometimes that word is used to say, oh, we're going to fail. If you fail, this is your fault. I actually am kind of inspired after meeting all of you here today, knowing that this is on us. I feel really good that we're going to leave a better country behind, that we are going to defeat all those forces we're hearing about today. But it starts here in this room today. So I just want to thank you all. I want to thank Rebecca and Dave and everybody in the AMAC team. I get to work with them every day. It is one of the greatest organizations I've ever been involved with. For $120, I'm going to give 5 gift memberships on Monday. I'm just going to give 5 people. If you know someone that wants one that ought to get in, they're sitting on the sideline, say, I want to get in, I'm not there, we'll push them in. We'll make them an AMAC member on Monday. Just send me a note, Jay Solomon at Justin News. I'll go find them. We'll give 5 away on Monday just for the fun of it to get 5 people off their duff and join us here today. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Rebecca.
Excellent. Well, I want to just take a quick moment to say that this event obviously would not be possible without so many great people that have brought us here, but namely one man, David Kane. Thank you so much for the incredible work you did, really making this event happen. Dave Kane, thank you. Thank you so much. We have incredible sponsors in the back. Please, before you leave, stop and visit our sponsors. They're just amazing. I want to thank our entire AMAC team. There's too many of you here to run off all of your names. I don't want to miss anybody, but thank you to the team AMAC. You guys care. What a great group of people. I'm so blessed I get to work with the greatest people each and every day. And of course, Real America's Voice. What an incredible partner. John Solomon, your whole team, and the whole team of RAV, all of the guests here, just incredible. And to all of you, to each and every one of you here, thank you. God bless you, and be safe getting home.